Welcome to LORGAR Rankings, an official CS2 VRS tournament by LORGAR in cooperation with StarLadder, featuring rising teams from Eastern Europe. Through national qualifiers and regional broadcasts, the tournament connects players and fans across Eastern Europe. Poland, Ukraine, Romania, and many more European regions. The largest Tier 2 Counter-Strike tournament in Eastern Europe, showcasing top talent and delivering global exposure to millions of viewers. The road to the championship unfolds across multiple competitive stages: National Qualifier to Closed Qualifier to LAN Finals. The Closed Qualifier begins with the group stage, running from March 20th to March 29th. 16 teams compete across 4 groups. After intense best-of-3 battles, the top 2 teams from each group move forward. Next comes the play-in stage, taking place April 6th to April 10th. 8 contenders clash in a double elimination bracket, with every match played as a best-of-3. Only 4 teams survive the play-in, earning their place in the final stage. The LAN Finals take place from April 25th to April 26th. 8 teams compete on the final stage, 4 play-in champions facing 4 invited teams from the European VRS rankings. All matches will be played in a single elimination best-of-3 format. 2 days of high-stakes Counter-Strike. The best players from across Eastern Europe competing for glory. And a $50,000 prize pool on the line. Stay tuned and watch the action live.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to LORGAR Rankings. It's time to get going and see which teams will continue to make it into playoffs. We already had a couple of days of action, seeing some, matches being played out in Group A and Group B, but it's time to keep things going, Ted. I'm so excited. Let's introduce ourselves, though. First, my name is Pavlos, and I've got Ted by my side. You'll be seeing a lot more of our faces in this tournament, and quite honestly, I'm excited about these games. Seeing the Eastern European scene being represented more and more in tournaments like this, there's just something so special about it.
Yeah, just to start it off, by the way, because you will be seeing us for the next couple of days in a row. We do apologize in advance. You won't be able to get rid of us for the next, maybe, let's say 5-6 days in a row, which is a bit of bad news for you all. But hey, you know what? We can move. All of us have to go through the hardships of life every now and then. Yeah, it's been a very exciting event so far, Pavlos. I feel like this type of a play-in stage or a group stage in a close qualifier leading to the play-ins, obviously, kind of helps us introduce ourselves a little bit more to the Tier 3, Tier 4 teams right now. The teams that are trying to obviously go all the way and qualify for that LAN event in Barcelona in April, which is going to be a $50K LAN event, which is quite a big thing for all of these teams. And for some of them, I'm sure for the 4 teams that will make it out of the close qualifier into the main event, is going to be a massive step in their development.
Absolutely. Now let's talk a little bit specifics about what's been going on so far. A double elimination bracket for the group stage is what we've been seeing, and we already lingered on the idea that we've seen 2 groups. Group A is one of them, and we can already see KOLESIE have already made it through in that first seed, leaving Rottweilers and Diamant Esports to battle it out for that last spot. We'll be seeing that matchup play out a little bit later, but talking a little bit about Group B as well, Ted, I feel like this is also a very interesting situation, because Inner Circle Academy have already made it through a very difficult series in the upper bracket final, leaving ESC Gaming and Mix KS to see who will be making it out on that second spot.
It's a bit of a shocker, isn't it? Because I feel like looking at this group initially, you'd say that it was supposed to be the Poles once again to grab that #1 spot, same as what happened in Group A with KOLESIE, right? But ESC losing to Inner Circle Academy yesterday was a game I watched, and all in all, I didn't really feel like ESC were the better team, but it was just a fluke from Inner Circle Academy. The better team did win yesterday, so I feel like the Poles, and there's a lot of familiar names on this ESC lineup, they're going into this one as the heavy favorites, but they have something to prove after the very underwhelming performance yesterday.
Oh, for sure. And I think that there's definitely something to say about the Mix KS roster that are still hanging in here, trying to see what they can do. A few players that have been around the block but never really made a massive impact. And that is exactly what we're going to be looking at here. The Kosovan squad. Now, when was the last time we've seen a Kosovan squad make it quite far in the tier 2 scene, an all-5-man. I don't think we really had one before.
I mean, it was the obvious one would be going with the Bad News Eagles, where you had a couple of Kosovian players, right? And they were competing under the banner. It wasn't a full Kosovian lineup, obviously, but then you have Mana, you have these guys, but they're not really able to break into the top echelons of tier 2 and tier 3 European Counter-Strike, right? So qualifying for a big event would be a massive step in the right direction.
Yeah, and ESC Gaming, of course, as you mentioned, Ted, representing the banner of Poland. And look, like you said, favorites in this one. They've been around the block. Some decent recent results as well. I think it may have been a bit of a difficulty seeing them drop to that lower bracket, but thankfully for them, they do have a second opportunity. Do you want to talk a little bit about these decent results? Because I feel like having a big map pool, as we see on our screens right now, jumping into the veto, does pay dividends in tier 2.
Yeah, it really does, right? Especially when you're a team that has a very defined style when it comes down to the maps that you like, right? If you're ESC, these are going to be Nuke and Ancient probably, and with Nuke being the permaban for the side of Mix and that type of a game, I feel like the Ancient is probably going to come through for the Polish side of things. Now you're looking at the other side. I don't really feel like there is a heavy punish pick that Mix could go for. Obviously, Dust 2, I think, is the one that sticks out. It was a map that yesterday felt really underwhelming for ESC, a map that I'm still waiting to see the polls actually click on. And this is a very interesting thing. I feel like this is the one map in the pool that Mix could actually win against these guys in a very comfortable fashion, probably. Sure. It just doesn't make sense to me why ESC is so underwhelming when it comes down to Dust 2 results, because you're looking at a lot of the players, the amount of firepower. You've got people like Reiko, you've got so many heavy shooters. You've got Sammy, who was a very good Dust 2 Opera when he was on Sanga, on the international Sanga, with guys like Youngster and LNZ that went over to play bigger stage Counter-Strike later on. They were a very good Dust 2 team. So I feel like they have the right pieces. It just hasn't been clicking quite yet. And then if we go to the third and final one, I think Mirage just makes complete sense.
Yeah, fair enough. I think something worth to note as well, even though Mix do enjoy getting that Dust 2 pick in first, they do enjoy it, it doesn't particularly go always that well, right? Sure, we don't have a massive database to go off of. They haven't been playing in this configuration for a long time, right? Not many officials played. But yeah, having 1 out of 3 maps, one on this, they're looking to make it a 50-50 coming out of this series. Ted, I'm excited. Not only for this match, but for the day. Again, an opportunity for some teams making it into deeper and deeper positions into tournaments and to playoffs that make a big dent into your VRS rankings.
Yeah, you know what's the thing when you're talking about a team like Mix and you look at the win rates, it could actually be a little bit misleading, right? Because you're talking about the Dust 2, the percentage doesn't look great, but 2 of the losses that they have, which is obviously up 66% of their games, they've lost to 3D Max and NIP, right? Which are teams that we're holding to a very much higher account, even though the start of 2026 has not been ideal for 3D Max and NIP are kind of going through the motions. Those are very respectful. Is he really looking up Dementor on HLTV? This is what he's doing.
What is this?
He's looking up.
Look at his face.
He's looking up the players he's going up against on HLTV right now. That is mental.
Yeah, and the thing is, he's not even looking up the stats. He's looking up their faces like, oh, this guy looks funny, bro. This guy looks weird.
Yeah, look at it. Look at the shape of his face. He doesn't look like he can give me a good fight on the server.
Yeah, his brain looks a little bit on the smaller side. I'm sure I can handle him 1v1. All right, let's get into the action, folks. ESC Gaming starting things off on the T side. Mix KS as the CT positioned here. Quick aggression into mid already. 3 players taking it head face to face per side. But it seems Mix KS are getting a better end of that bargain. Lewis being burned up alive. A few bullets will soften him up a little bit. And boom goes the round already. There's just 1 player left for ESC.
He's got the bomb. This is very weird right now, and obviously the HUD is switched up right now. It is Viv from Mix left in that 1 versus 3. He's going down. He's gonna give it a bash. 3 people on his screen tapping away. Actually able to find the first. Why are they taking so long?
Finally. For a moment there, I thought, oh, maybe he can get to the second one there. He's given quite a lot of time to live, but no. There we go. ESC are able to pick up round number 1 of the game. Quick collapse into mid. And it looked like Mix KS had, it looked like Mix KS had the right idea, sending more players their way, but that util did do a lot of the difference early doors.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an unfortunate detail when you are going on a CT pistol round on Enshin and there is a molly on the T side for Jungo and a smoke for Red, and you want to fight middle. You don't really have a lot of places to be standing, especially with the flashes. Big triple kill coming out of Reiko as well. Borsby out of Mix. We like the early investment. Reiko's going to be one of the people to be keeping an eye on. Yesterday, it felt like at times he was the only one that was actually keeping them in that game against the Inner Circle Academy. He was one of the people that a lot of pundits and a lot of people in the scene wanted to see on a higher level team in late days of CS:GO, right? He was one of these guys that were just a big nuisance to play against in Tier 2 Counter-Strike, especially online.
Gets there on time, but can't quite get out in that same manner. Dementa posting up, asking for assistance, and shortly arriving, though Lewis is by himself on that back end. If he loses his life, there could be a situation in which ESC Gaming could switch things up and head to B. They're not quite considering that, as the info is not quite there for them, but look how low these HP bars are. I don't think it will matter too much, but Trippy, all he needs is 1 bullet per player. They know where he is. I wonder if ESC want to risk it.
Yeah, the bomb is already pivoting back towards the B-bomb side. It's all about just getting the kill at this point, and Olymp will do it through the smoke. A lot of damage inflicted, not a lot of kills though. They're actually quite fortunate to only lose 1 player, looking at the fact that all 4 remaining were below the 50 HP mark. One interesting thing, by the way, Pavlos, about this Mix KS team. Now, obviously, there's a couple of familiar names on the lineup, right? The Mentor used to play on OG Academy a couple years ago. Guys like Viv, like Gamezilla have been part of the... and Trippy have been part of the Kosovian kind of Balkan scene for a while. Lewis used to be a streamer up until like half a year ago. And since the start of this year, he started playing with these guys. And he's actually been their best player. And individually, he's actually cracked. I don't know how it works, but apparently there's something about someone being a streamer and then starting with Team Counter-Strike and taking the scene by storm. I remember a similar thing happened with Imperial, if you can recall, a couple years ago, and they picked up No Way, who was a streamer before he joined Imperial, and then he went over to play at Majors. Now, obviously, joining Imperial straight away as your first team and joining Mix as your first team are 2 different things, right? Imperial is a little bit more prestigious.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
But he's still holding his own, Lewis.
Yeah, I feel like the correlation is a little bit more on the end of how many hours you have on Counter-Strike, less than being an actual streamer.
Sure, but it's still impressive though, because when you are a streamer, you're playing, what, 5 stacks at best on high elo, right? It's nowhere near as... I guess competitive, and the game is very different than playing Team Counter-Strike. So the moment that you enter Team Counter-Strike and you are individually that skilled, and you don't really know a lot of theory, you're making silly mistakes, but you're still finding the impact by proxy of just having high skill, it makes you excited about that player, because you're saying to yourself, well, what if we teach him all the ifs, buts, and maybes, all the ABCs? Maybe he can become the next big thing coming out of our region.
That's what they're hoping, at least in this group. Full investment on the Kosovian side, hoping they could put a dent and a stop to this T-train that's being created. Spread out though, poking prod towards his left-hand side. They're not spotting anything, but this surely should draw some attention from the Mix side of things. Mollied out. Reiko even gets an isolated pick towards that right-hand side, but I feel like the maneuver has already come through from Mix. 3 players on that left, and ESC might want to seize that opportunity to crack at it in a few seconds again.
Yeah, it's a little bit weird because they didn't get the refrag in towards A, right? So you could see the bomb and the second player not really wanting to go, especially with the kill from Reiko. And yeah, this is a big aggressive play coming out of Trippy. Thing is, with all the presence in towards A lobby, I'm not really sure if he wants to go deeper than this.
Adam smart to go around the pillar there, not get caught. The Mix have read the situation nicely, reconverted 2 of their players onto that B site.
Still a decent amount of util on the T side though, and the CTs don't really have a lot to block, right? So if you are able to get at least 1 refrag and then you can isolate a lot of these positions, this is still not going to be an easy retake for Mix if the bomb does go down.
HP bars still an ever-looming issue. But Dementa seems to be the first contact of resistance. And indeed, the word problem comes to mind, given ESC are running out of healthy players. In goes Reiko, but will have to be the sacrificial lamb. That's a contingency that there is something won out of it, but with 10 seconds to spare and Olymp the only survivor, this is a round going to the Kosovian side.
You were just putting so much trust into that first fight in towards the ramp, weren't you? If that high HP player kills the long guy, then the round gets opened up. Then the low HP player of Reiko can just run in first, get refragged, you have the bomb side, yada, 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 and you can just run away with the round. That fight in towards long is the one that makes all the difference, though. This is the one we were talking about. The Mentor doesn't even get tagged down, and that just sets him up for a very easy double, and even the third. He's usually one of the people that I'm looking at when I'm watching Mix. I know I've been praising Lewis, and he's been playing some very solid Counter-Strike, being their highest rated player throughout the last couple of months, but I think the Mentor being the most experienced, probably, in a way, the one that got the most exposure at international CS needs to step up.
Viv is able to find one, and back to safety for the reposition. Bullet through the wall. That's how he goes down, and EFC Gaming amping up the pace of taking A-side control.
It's so rapid. What a shift of pace.
Gotta be careful over these cross lines.
Oh, he's got him.
A lot of damage can come through, and indeed it does. Not much health left on Gamzilla there, so that's not really going to work out to his favor.
Eyes on the flank. Look at the minimap.
Could get tough. Got to pay attention on it, but that's exactly
what
you do. Not quite there on time, and indeed the C4 lie flat on the ground. Reiko, he's brought that one back. It could have gotten real difficult with a potential pincer. Dementa having to relieve that space.
Needs to be quiet. Donut player as well. Reiko's on a triple kill looking for number 4. He's holding for him.
2 1-on-1s. Highly possible. But good crosshair placement from Reiko gets the job done. ESC Gaming doesn't take long for them to fight back.
Reiko is just... he's just a gamer, man. Sometimes you're going to watch him play and you'll just feel that he's one level above both his teammates and everyone else on the server, right? Even though he might not necessarily always be the highest rated player. It's just the presence of mind. You get these kills in towards the A-bomb side, and regardless of the mistake that is being made, the bomb carrier just walking in towards main, Olymp shouldn't be doing that in a million years. Reiko's still able to salvage it and even holds for the reposition from the Mentor. As we said, had a little bit of international experience. Teams like Sprout, Revenant, ITB, all of them pretty dysfunctional projects, so I guess you could say he's been unlucky in his international endeavors.
You were saying about dysfunctional, Ted. And I say a dysfunctional buy. Well, it depends.
I thought there was
Get
a hairline
close.
joke coming up there.
Oh, yeah, well, prepping that for later on. You know, you can't use all your cards straight away.
Save it up.
The trick. Ooh, Trippy. Really good for the one, though. Was hoping he'd get a little bit more than that. Surprise from Dementa, but not quite a successful one. Job's done already. You know what they say about the Mag 7? It only turns into a Swag 7 if it finds a couple of picks.
I'm not gonna lie, I expected something else. But yeah, it does. You could have swag but still fail, no?
You can have the swagger.
Yeah. You know that kid in high school that's very quiet, very low-key, very, you know, nonchalant, as the young people love saying nowadays. And then you're like, oh, he must have such a deep personality. He must be some kind of a genius, you know, an outsider, such a cool guy. And then he's just generally very, very big nothing, but he looks cool. You know, he looks mysterious. So you can have the swagger and actually have no substance.
Fair point, fair point. I feel like you have a very clear example of that in your head.
I don't know why. That one just spawned in there, yeah.
Yeah, spawned in your head.
It was a freestyle, I promise. Sure, I actually have the Steam notes opened up like the players, but I don't have rounds. I just have random scenarios like that.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, it does look Mixed Chaos got themselves their favorite pistols for this one. But it is turning out to be quite the difficult task to rack up any sort of amount of cash for them. You see, doing really good at disrupting the flow, but now on to the next one.
Yeah, that move's a bit of a trademark. What we did see from Olymp this time around, we saw it from Reiko, I think, last time around. That very quick heaven control that the teams are getting. it's always been a thing for Polish teams, but especially if you want to go back to teams like Honoris from a couple years ago, a team that Reiko actually played on. They were some of the first ones to come up with the speed that you can actually implement in towards Heaven and towards Cave on the T side. That mid peak that you go out of middle from elbow, you climb up the boxes and you just peek Cave, but from the right hand side on like minute 41, minute 42, and the CTs are just not ready for the timing. Those guys are very creative when it comes down to T side, Ensign, Counter-Strike. That's why they're quite exciting to watch when things are working out. They know how to be very much up in your face.
Couple of close moments, close calls on this one. I feel like if Tripe had any other gun other than the Deagle, you would have potentially found one there, but quick clean up from the poles. Back to the buy round. Viv having a big green in his hands. Let's see if he's going to use it correctly, because same, he's got one of his own on the other side. He's seeing a bit of a 1v1. The boost anticipated. An early picks for Mix.
Still the three-man lean in towards the B-bomb side. Reiko feels forced to make a move, and it's a successful one, but they have lost another player, and the bomb still dropped. Has not been spotted by the CT, so this is one thing that the T's have going on for them. But with Reiko going down, yeah, I'm afraid this round is already fading apart.
Come on, we haven't really seen an opportunity to see the individual shine from ESC just yet. We may get an opportunity here. Olymp, buy me. Or both on individual journeys. Olymp gets the first pick, and a 2v3 looks a lot more recoverable than a 2v4, but Buy Me gets caught, and so does Olymp. Similar fashion, back turned, both shot, and with that Mix, reshine on the server.
Now, the big question here is, what's the number that's going to make them comfortable and happy at the end of the first half, right? Because in the end of the day, you have already been able to get 6 rounds on the T side. Now, one thing with Polish teams on Ancient is that they are actually a little bit more efficient when they are on the attack, on the offense. And Reiko is 15-3, by the way. This is not to be overlooked. So there is a chance for Mix, if they get 4 or 5 rounds and they hope that Reiko's not going to be able to keep it going in the second half to actually fight back. But I'd say anything below 5 rounds leaves you with a bit of a handicap going into the second one. That's a massive peak, though. That was the opener on the angle as well. The T's failed the CT smoke, but he still gets the kill regardless.
I was starting to get worried about these one-on-one exchanges from ESC, but they're right back at it. Walk in similar fashion unlocks this B site, and there is follow-up for this. There's no control here for Mix, and they may have an illusion of it when they win around every so often, but ESC are quick to pounce every single time.
It's such a hilarious round, because if you're the Oper in that situation, you're standing in towards the A-bomb side, you see the 2 smokes land, the one in towards Donut, then the CT smoke is coming in, but it fails, and you're standing there being like, oh, I'm gonna be so cheeky now, I'm just holding the angle, he's gonna peek, he's not gonna know the smoke has failed, I'm gonna get a freebie, this is gonna be so good. And then Olymp just goes out and destroys you. It's not great. It's not pretty.
No. Get memed on.
Yeah, very clean round as well, 5 alive. So he's going to be looking good on the Polish side of things. And as we said, we do have a bit of a David versus Goliath kind of story. ESC going into the close qualifier as one of the highest rated teams according to the VRS. Actually, the second highest rated according to the VRS in this entire close qualifier. Now, number 1 was KOLESIE, and they did, unsurprisingly, claim the number 1 spot in Group A. ESC winning their first game against LPH, 13-2 on Anubis, 13-6 on Ancient, dropping the series against Inner Circle Academy. That was the surprising one. That was the 3-mapper. They dropped both Dust 2 and Anubis. Nuke was the 1 map they won. But as we said, on a good day, these guys, well, on an average day, they're supposed to be one of the best teams in this entire qualifier.
We're not here for the average days, though. We're here for the special days. I want to see a little bit of spark in them. We have seen massive opener. The negative is that Bomb is on the other side of the world, and currently there's a massive struggle on keeping presence here for ESC. Mix are just dominant near Jag, and there's nothing that can stop them.
Well, you did see a spark in them this round because they got absolutely electrocuted. There definitely was a spark.
Say that again.
Yeah. That was good for Mix. I mean, these are the types of rounds that are going to make you hopeful, right? Where you can go for a little bit of aggression. Even when you lose the opening frag, you take the space in towards middle. And this is, I guess, ESC starting to realize that if they are just spreading around and looking for individual fights, maybe sometimes there will be people on the other side of the server that can shoot back. It's one of the main things that you need to focus on when you're playing against a team like ESC that is very hyper-aggressive, that is implementing that disrespectful style of Counter-Strike. You killed them a couple times, a couple rounds in a row, and then you're making them actually play proper Counter-Strike. You make them respect
you. Give them the heebie-jeebies. You gotta be aware of everything. But double nade and maybe triple even.
Yeah.
That's the deal with GameZilla.
It was the molly. He smokes himself, double nade right on top of him, goes down. Middle has been a little bit problematic to deal with so far for the CTs. That's why you see them focus a little bit more on the extremities. Last round, they were able to respond back with the cave aggression and with the ram fights, but this time around, there's no clear answer. Again, it's a bit of a B stack. Great aggression coming through.
It feels like teams really want to hang about in this area. And somehow Olim is able to destroy. Dementa, though, holds his ground valiantly.
One more.
How much more can you give? You've already found 2 players in the B. Do you expect a third to be nestled into this corner? I don't think you do. But Bimey's doing his due diligence. And Lewis had no chance. All down to Trippy. But I feel the story has already been written. ESC Gaming, what a round.
Yeah, that was just clinical. It was absolutely clinical. That was the greatest call that Mix could have done. It was probably the best idea, the best stack that you could have gone for, right? You have the Oper, the rifle on the left-hand side in towards Cave. You have a bonus rifle in towards the blue Cubby. And then they just come your way and they annihilate you, right? The Oper gets deleted. Second player actually goes above and beyond with the double kill. That was the Mentor going huge. I'm going to see it on the replay, but some of these shots absolutely clinical coming out of the Polish side. And you can see the reaction. Viv, not a lot he could have done there. 8 rounds already. And it's not only Reiko now. It's Moonwalk. It's Olymp. That's hitting some bangers. The only one getting to the zinger type of list is actually the Mentor on the side of Mix. He's had a couple good moments. But other than that, it feels like for the rest is a little bit difficult.
Zinger? Is that an actual term?
Zinger. Yeah, yeah. Haven't you not heard it? He's hit an absolute zinger.
I've heard the word zinger before, but...
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a nice way to use it.
Yeah, hitting a zinger.
Hitting a zinger.
Yeah. We're not talking about the sandwich, in case you're one. Yeah. It's a different thing.
But
that also exists.
It in a different direction, you know? I don't know if you've watched How I Met Your Mother, but a sandwich had a very different meaning.
Oh, no, we're not talking about that type of a sandwich.
Cool.
Unless you want to talk about that type of a sandwich.
I don't think this is the place. Not all the time.
No, I wasn't down for it either. Yeah, I was just, testing the waters, trying to fill the room. Let's change the topic.
Let's. Well, I mean, both ESC and Mix have given us some time to breathe. Not much of early aggression, just some toying around in mid, and you can quickly realize Mix have got no util. Nothing to play with. This is just pure firepower for the last round of the half, and losing one player from the back foot, Mix have to find their way forward.
Look at the speed. He's just running at them, Viv. A good position this time around to claim the refrag, but there is a second player now. Issue is that's the bomb carrier, so you're very limited with the amount of moves you can make.
You have to get your picks here. Waiting for the retake is not the call. No util for that. Has to be high and dry. Early goes to Reiko. But I wonder what else you want to do with this, because the bomb is all the way down red, and he's got 2 potential pickups going for him. Instead of dashing for the site, goes for the risky route, but it might just be the right call to make. It doesn't even go down to the bomb part, as everyone from Mix has to fall to the ground. And ESC, they deserve the 9th round here.
Yeah, look at the smile on the face. The stretches, they know they're doing God's work right now. Even the decision, as you pointed out, to actually go for the double kill, that just spells confidence. It just tells you, we know we're winning this one cleanly. it's not the right decision. It's not the right play. You might have a double kill for free, but you have the bomb on your back. You know they've both rotated away. You can just make a U-turn, go back into towards Donut, get the bomb plant. You're still probably winning the round. Moonwalk just wanted to bully them. He's 14 and 6, 16 and 6 for Reiko. Two of your players combining for 30 at halftime when you have a 9-3 lead. Great news.
First plant for Sammy. Bimey's having a lot of fun as well. So the softened up attack does find enough space to get the numbers dialed.
Turning around, talking to someone.
Yeah. It's getting a little bit close. Risky, I might add. Dementa finding some space to work with, and that cubby is proving to be vital for this defense. Moonwalk shutting that one down, but Trippy is there to deliver a three-piece for Mix, and a very important pistol round to boot.
Yeah, they desperately needed something like this. I feel like in a game like this one, as we pointed out at the start, Dust 2 is probably the one map that you're looking at for Mix, and you're thinking they might have an opportunity. It still is important how you end that Ancient, even if you end up losing it, right? It's still one of the maps that you played yesterday against LPH. It actually did go very well. You won it 13-5, and the losses you had on it prior to it were a 7-13 to Hyperspirit and a 6-13 to NIP. So pretty decent Ancient teams all in all. It's one of the maps that they're not necessarily going for in every single one of their games, but it's still a fairly alright one. You want to be able to put up a fight.
Ooh. There was a situation in which that aggression pays off, but the molly from his own teammates will block access out of the cave. Only interested in holding Jag back. The bomb does go down, and ESC still have 4 players to throw at this. Thing is, no flashes. So dry peeks required, but their entrances continue to get blocked. Now the ones that aren't, they're just pesky terrorists hiding out. Ooh, there you go. Boom goes the dynamite. Round over, Mix with 2.
Yeah, some very nice shots. Standard BXX going on. That was a force buy as well from the T side, or for the CT side, sorry. So we are entering full eco territory. This is going to be 6 potentially on the board for the Kosovian side of things. Starting to get a little bit more fired up. There still is a couple of players I'm looking and waiting for them to wake up. I'd say Lewis is one of them. He's been having a bit of a slower one, but it's nice to see Trippy and Viv adding to the tally. Making it a closer map, though. All right.
Okay. Vengeance from Viv.
They're making it costless.
Yeah, it hasn't been the easiest of rounds, has it? And that molly, Olim just walks right through it. It doesn't care, which makes Mix's job that much easier, I guess, by the end. All right. That round was definitely a round of 2 halves.
All right, so first buy round coming up. We did see the ult purchase there for the T side, so it will be interesting to see how the CTs want to react. Sammy will have one to try and respond with. Now, ESC is usually a team that goes in for a lot of map control on that CT side. They're not going to let you have the map for free and just play standard from behind. They will contest middle, they will contest cave, they'll play up in your face Counter-Strike. So curious to see how Mix want to deal with all of that.
Breakaway through the HE.
Beep-up.
Bimey wide open, still good for the one, in coordination with Reiko. ESC finally having a stand, but that might be overzealous. Viv will punish. And a 2v2, but with no information.
Running at him.
Digits punched. Moonwalk now.
They've heard a second as well.
Far from optimal on the gun department. And Tripees loaded in at the right angle. Yeah, okay. I'm not quite convinced from ESC there. It looked like they had a first initial decent stand, but fell flat quite soon after.
Yeah, that was just a straight-up misplay from the cave player that was walking through the smoke, I'd say. You probably want him to stay alive in that type of a situation. You have a 3v2, you know they're on the bomb side. They were the ones to get the refrags. It was a B-pop, and we were kind of wondering how they would respond, I guess, to the mid-control from the CT side. Well, Mix just deployed some util and went for a straight-up B-pop on the back of ESC, showing presence towards middle. So it was a good call, but the CT still dealt with it. They got a bunch of kills. You just had to play the 3 versus 2 in a bit more of a patient way, let's say.
CR able to afford something that resembles a buy. Left on the one flash though. Mix are very smart here. Now if there is any kind of investment, they can wait it out. Ow, that's gonna hurt. Ooh.
Oh, they felt the second nade.
Okay. Provides an opportunity for Moonwalk to moonwalk his way out of that.
Gotta call people back. They still have 2 players on A.
Yeah, but these mollies are blocking them off. This crossfire needs to be grand. Bimey doesn't even need the help. Gorgeous headshots connecting. Moonwalk overzealous once again. Maybe it was an opportune moment to push through, but it doesn't quite work to plan. ESC somehow have got the numbers through this. Trippy's able to get the bomb down on time, and we have count for another 2. No chances handed over for 3. Olymp had to secure that one, but it's all done and dusted. Trippy, what a screamer.
It's starting to look like a deathmatch server, isn't it? It's just fight after fight after fight. I mean, they go in towards the B-bomb side. ESC have the information. They start calling people back. The first MP9 of Bimey does God's work with a double kill. But after it, it just felt like it was solo peak after solo peak after solo peak for the CT side. Just relying on winning the fights. This is what we're looking at. Bimey gets refragged. Moonwalk just storms his way out. Olymp running in as well. He was the only one to win his fight. Sammy just jumping up, reloading, caught on it as well. It's starting to look a little bit disjointed by the ESC side of things. Mix actually making a very good case for that engine now, not just being a competitive map, but actually being a winnable one. It's been a very good recovery out of the Kosovians.
I'll be fair though, Ted. I feel like ESC were making similar types of mistakes even on the first half, but Mix weren't quite in a position to punish.
That's what we were talking about, right?
Yeah.
They will overpeak, they will overextend, they will overfight. The question is whether you'll be able to shoot back and punish. If you are able to shoot back and punish, then these guys start feeling like they're in a bit of a crisis sometimes. And this is where you'd want to see a little bit more patience and a little bit more discipline come into place, right? But if you're not able to shoot back, they'll just keep disrespecting you. And that's the thing. They will make the mistakes, but as you pointed out, if it works, it works. And as of right now, it's not working. And you can see the reactions. You can see the hands starting to fall on the foreheads, in the hair. A little bit of frustration, signs of disbelief. This map probably should have been done by now. It is still going, though.
Yeah, I feel like my Polish vocabulary is good enough to understand what types of words they're saying in that situation.
Something about a beaver?
Probably.
Yeah.
The second word following the beaver.
I was so much hoping you'd say it on broadcast. No, I knew what you were talking about, but yeah.
Another time.
Yeah, yeah. It is the K word for those of you that are wondering.
They knew, Ted.
Yeah.
They knew.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, well, look, Mix, their plays haven't been too overcomplicated, right? Very
I was
straightforward.
talking about key. The key, the K word is key. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sure, Ted. Quick in and out from Mix. But not the fast food chain. Dementa. Great first pick, and it does make their job a lot easier. So far, they've made that B site their main target, but now have switched things up entirely. And it's also working out in a similar fashion. Of course, it helps there up against pistols mostly.
Yeah, but it's all about the clean conversions as well, right? It's more of a mental battle right now. The fact that you are keeping these ones pretty simple, pretty nice and tidy. And that's going to be another one of these rounds at the end of it. Probably a couple of, damn it. drop in the team speak of ESC. Exactly these words as well, nothing worse. But yeah, you have the hero M4 being brought out. It doesn't really help you out too much. You just get locked out of the round. The T's keep all 5 alive, so money's going to be looking great for Mix. And from here on out, you better believe in the rounds to come, if they are in that position, they would go for the hunt. Because as of right now, financially, they look pretty decent. Cash fluid. They're very, very well off. That's a big stretch.
If you're just joining us, this is actually quite a surprise, seeing that the half ended at 9-3, and now we are square. ESC yet to win. A round on the CT side, have another chance to make the break with a full set of rifles available, par the MP9 on Moonwalk's hands. Big nade on the boost, but do you read it? Nope,
he's not looking.
Yeah, that hurts. Moonwalk can't even counteract it either. Draco picks it up and goes a little further. He's in trouble though, has to run back.
He's still spamming.
But instead of that, double peeks and allows his teammate to die. But in the meantime, there's more shenanigans going on further back. Dementa left with 6 points of health, but a 2v2 required now. And Samey's gone all the way around the world as well.
There's no way he's going to turn around, Lewis. There's no way he'll turn around. Actually does so and lands a couple of bullets. Unable to find a kill, and they know exactly where Dementa used to be. Now, thing is, he's got plenty of time to work with. Low HP doesn't make it easy, but it's all about the mind games right now. All about the decision making. And let's not forget, this is not a must-win round for the T side. Damage is already good, so you get one more kill. The CTs are still going to be in a very worse spot financially going forward. And you might get an opportunity to grab a fight on a headshot angle against Samey. Not too bad.
I mean, it's not a must-win for Mix, but imagine them winning them. That'd be quite the backbreaker for ESC.
Samey shouldn't play. You shouldn't be risking giving him a 1v1. You need to wait right now, and this is a bit of a problem, because Baimi's quite far away. The mentor's actually looking for him.
He expects the fallback, and quite rightly so, but Dementa's not taking that extra step forwards until he does. Then Baimi is ready for it. ESC breaking the silence. But I gotta say, they were quite mute for a while.
Yeah, that was a very, very chaotic one once again. Big step in the right direction. First round on the CT side, 2 alive. As we said, they're going to delay the defuse a little bit to get their hands on that AWP. I'm still trying to go out with come down to the conclusion of what is the reason that all of these games that on paper should be much easier for you. See, all of these maps that start in such a convincing way are actually that close, that competitive. I feel like a lot of the times they're just losing focus, and you see a lot of these over peaks, lack of discipline types of plays on a micro level from the players, and that's just putting them in very, very weird spots right now.
I mean, we know the talent's there, we know the capabilities, it's just lining it in.
Hey, Rush.
Sometimes.
Ooh.
Sammy's been pretty quick with some of these shots, but not these ones. He's naded a 3rd time to make that one work, but gets given a 4th and makes that one go just as well. So sure, Mix gain a lot of space off the back of this push, but the uncertainty is looming.
This is so worrying. Look at the T side smoke that's in front of the CT side, or the CT side smoke that's in front of the T side smoking towards Donut. It makes them so uneasy, so uncomfortable.
Okay, that is odd.
What?
Nicely pointed out by the observers. That glitch is odd. Calm down. Lewis might be stuck. With a bullet in the head for sure. And Viv, nowhere to run, really. That is a quick collapse from ESC. We're seeing a little bit more of what we expected early doors.
Yeah, it's good work coming out of the Oper of Same, even though he misses the first 2 shots. And this is honestly probably one of these situations where if you're mixed, you feel like you didn't approach it in the best way possible, because the CT side Oper does miss twice on 2 kills that he probably should have been able to get. And then he's still able to get away with a double kill. Molly's a little bit late. If anything, it even fails a bit. Actually spreads too late, so he was provided with an extra second. Also, they did use 2 Molotovs for a spot that you can molly with 1. These are the things that you need to, you know, haven't checked, there's a Molotov that falls between the boxes that spreads equally towards the left-hand side, the last box and Xbox, and you can't stand anywhere near. You need to go back towards Temple. So you're wasting a little bit of Uto. Not the optimal way to force the Oper out of the spot. And you do get punished. 2 rounds the difference now. ESC reclaiming control of what was a very easy map. Hasn't been in the last couple. But now it's looking a lot more comfortable. Of course, a friendly reminder to everyone that's just joining in. This is the last game of Group B of the LORGAR ranking Season 1 close qualifier. The winner of this one is going to join Inner Circle Academy and KOLESIE in the play-ins. And out of the play-in, which is going to be a double elimination bracket, 4 teams will make it all the way into the main event, the LORGAR ranking Season 1, which is going to be a LAN tournament taking place on the 25th and 26th of April in Barcelona, Spain. $50K as well. Quite a big prize pool.
Juicy VRS points.
And you get to go to Barcelona in April, which is always a good time.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Very.
I mean, Barcelona's always a good time, but especially in April.
Yeah, I feel like you're not in the summer craze as well.
No, it's not
just
that hot,
right temperature.
but it's just a perfect
mostly
temperature.
Sunny.
Yeah.
Could be a bit breezy as well.
Mm.
Ever been to Barca?
Yeah.
Once.
Yeah,
you have. Nice.
I loved it.
I've never been.
No, I'm talking out of personal experience. Yeah, it's great.
Nice way.
Never been for Counter-Strike. That'd be a good experience, but
that'd be dope.
Yeah.
Hey, have an excuse to go somewhere and have a Counter-Strike be that excuse. Anytime, mate. Any freaking time. Okay, it feels like this round could be a bit of a backbreaker for Mix. They don't make this one work and they'll be in dire straits. Forced it to the back wall. ESC might have a good read on this. Double player and Donut. Flash. And Sammy does not have
Left
the
side.
opportunity. Moonwalk is a
what?
good way to counteract it, but doesn't quite connect. Sammy gets given a bit of extra time, but GameZilla doesn't allow it to pursue any longer. FACEIT on their side. And
The bomb is
has
far
to relieve
behind.
that pressure.
They need to get the bomb side. They need to stop them from making their way in towards Temple. This is still a tricky one. The bomb is going to need some time to get back in position.
Losing Reiko, though, on the other side, B, does make ESC scratch their heads for a little longer. They've got to give this one up. Crucial situation here for Mix. They're able to read it quickly, counteract it, get the picks necessary, and they're right back in the game.
It's just one frag out of Lewis, by the way, in towards Donut, but it's so impactful. By me. He's left to try and save, but doesn't... Oh, he's ready for Dementor. The bomb just got down now. Bimey can still give this one a look in.
All right. Kit available. But Viv and Trippy holding hands.
Do they realize that he's crossed in towards red? That's the big question. Viv is looking with the OP, I think. He could play for a ninja here. He could just wait it out.
Do you reckon he will?
Okay.
Right, well, Viv does wait around a little longer. And into the double digits club, the Kosovian squad goes.
All right, I can go back on my round about how great Lewis was in this round. He's the one to flick towards the left-hand side and Donut and get the first kill, right? He did get refragged by the Oper, but it does make such a big difference. You have that double setup with the ult towards the right-hand side from the perspective of the T's and the M4 on the left. If the M4 gets the first kill, everyone's going to be looking at him. The Oper gets one more, and then they can just play ping pong, right? They can just go one after the other, play the bait and switch. The fact that Lewis is able to flick and do a nearly 60-degree flick and get that first kill actually undoes the entire setup. Wins them the round.
That could be a juicy. Name counts for about
Ooh, good
40
flash.
damage. Bimey gets a nice pick. Reiko doesn't quite expect it, gets spooked. But Bimey playing off the back of the smoke is massive. Mix didn't know what was coming to them. GameZilla's position fully telegraphed. There's even a backstab in the making. Olive looking to push through the smoke. Doesn't provide GameZilla an opportunity to retreat. And that's going to be ESC Gaming on map point.
Yeah. Olim doesn't look as happy and relaxed as he was at halftime, or before the start of the map when he was looking up what Dementor looked like on HLTV. But they're still approaching the number 13. That was a great flash, by the way. This is one of the old school CSGO plays. I think Hunter actually had that one when he was on G2 and he was the B anchor. where you do the molly, then you do the molly as you're running in from CT, then you nade, you right hand flash, and you just peek and get the first kill and hide back. The flash is very difficult to dodge.
Okay, well,
so
a little bit more of that, and Mix might actually have a chance. Oh, K-Viv!
God.
Mighty snappy! But Moonwalk has had enough of that nonsense, wants to put a stop to it, and he's done a good job of it so far. 2 picks, HE doing a mountain of damage, and he's continuing to reign supreme. Show us what you've got, Gamezilla, because it's going to need some magic to get this one unlocked. He's got the good read on Olips's angle, but it's not quite enough. ESC close it out 13-10 after this bomb gets defused. But boy, did they have to work for it, Ted.
They had to work for it quite a lot. That was probably a much more competitive map than what we expected. And in all honesty, I feel like if you're Mixed, you're quite happy with it. Obviously, you're going to be a little bit disappointed with the fact that, you know, you weren't able to bring it back and actually steal the map away from ESC. But considering how it all started with a 9-3 first half and then the massive win streak that you had at the start of the second half, the individual resurgence out of a lot of the players, I think they will be feeling a lot more comfortable going into Dust 2, knowing that they were able to push ESC to their limits on map 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a massive performance, you know, to try and claw things back on that second half by Mix. You know, it could have been a completely different story as Stomp. It's ending the first half 9-3. But yeah, so seeing some of the high performance here, we were seeing, you know, some of these ESC players shining right from the get-go.
No, we absolutely were, right? And the fact that you have 3 players ending the map on 21 kills, and then obviously the rest were able to put up a good fight. I think Bimey, Moonwalk, and Reiko just put up a very, very good showing, and it tells you that ESC are here to play as a team, right? You're not relying on just one person. That was one of the main issues that we probably could have had yesterday, with the fact that Reiko was just topping all the charts, but no one else was there to be seen in the top 5s outside of him from his side of the team. But now you're looking at a lot of these players falling into those top individual categories, even though Reiko is once again the one with the highest ADR. As we said, he's getting a lot more support from Bimey. He's getting a lot more support out of Moonwalk. You are having these individuals step up to the plate, regardless of at times being a little bit overzealous. All in all, it is a much more awake or awakened side of ESC that we're looking at today.
Oh, 100%. And I think it's a bit of a slap to the face, the fact that they weren't able to win it convincingly, that, you know, they've got to be a little bit more composed, not really give off too many of these situations that can be punished, which, let's be fair, Mix did quite a decent job at doing. But yes, I think coming into the series, we were thinking that ESC could have a simple time closing the series out, but it wasn't as convincing as we expected. So a lot more convincing to do, thinking about the next map coming up. Dust 2 is going to be coming your way very shortly, folks. I hope you're ready for it, because, you know, this is where Mix chose they could potentially have a way back in. And look, winning one more map could potentially give them the hopes that they can potentially be having a chance in this series overall. Folks, we'll be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be seeing you then. folks. Welcome back to LORGAR Ranking. It's time to get going for the second map of the series between Mix and ESC. So far, ESC were able to take home their own map pick, Ancient, but Duster is required to get things across the road. Ted, are we convinced that Mix can bring something to the table here worthy of taking down ESC?
I feel like we should be, right. We need to give them a little bit of credit after the first game. It would be a little bit disrespectful if we just go into the second map and be like, well, you know what, this is going to be a 2-0. It might end up being one, but Mix, I think, were able to show up, especially towards the T side of Ancient. ESC were not necessarily playing their A game, and I feel like this is something that the Kosovian side was able to take full advantage of. We saw a couple of good moments out of people like Viv, like Dementor, like Trippy. Probably a little bit more to be desired out of Lewis, all in all, but I think in general, especially moving into a map like this too, that has always been very comfortable for Balkan teams, and especially for teams from, you know, let's say the Kosovian, the Serbian region, the Romanian as well. I think these guys are completely capable of taking down ESC on the map that the Poles have not won since the start of 2026. It's an important detail to address.
Yeah, 100%. And look, like you mentioned, some difficult targets for Mix playing on Dust 2 against difficult teams. Now, ESC is the next challenger. Let's see if they can break through the streak of misfortune and get themselves a win to keep them not only in this series, but the tournament. You win this match, this best of 3, you actually get yourself second seed out of Group B and into playoffs already. A massive result. A big start coming in from the ESC Gaming side towards this B site, but not something Mix are looking to challenge just yet.
Into our short we go. It's just a little bit of presence though, and you've got Samey towards the back of the bomb side. 1 HP, dinked and taken down. Now, he was the only one on A for that entire pistol round for the CT side, so ESC playing another 4v5 retake without a defuse kit. A bit tough.
Mind that angle from Dementor.
A lot of whiffs.
Get some chip damage across and crossfire potential there with Viv, but the bomb does go down, and the damage done means that Reiko and Baimi will have less confidence jumping into this one. Just a couple bullets away from death themselves. Reiko will be the cannon fodder, jumping in first. But you've also created another angle of attack. Olymp, the sole player to make it up through long. Ooh, Reiko missed the opportunity to jump in. Eventually does get his shot shut down on. Olymp is the only one from ESC to find something back, but unable to convert onto the others from that long distance. The struggle is real, but the retreat is disallowed as Mix get away with round number 1.
Yeah, a lot of whiff shots out of both sides in that pistol. Something that is definitely not a good sign. I mean, a bit of a better sign for the side of Mix, knowing that, you know, especially with them, I think Dust 2 is a little bit more comfortable individually. It is one of these maps where you have a bunch of people that play very, very well. Lewis, highest rated Dust 2 player on this team with a 111. Viv is the number 2 with a 105. We're not talking about Trippy, Dementor, and Gamezilla because we don't want to, you know, read out the red ratings. It doesn't matter. All that matters is the win. It doesn't really matter if you're a 0.95 rating or a 0.92. We don't look at these. Well, sometimes we do, but not always. Nice shot. Okay.
Brilliant shot.
Round done. They should just save the MP9s.
The road was instantly paved, wasn't it? But for ESC this time, they do have the chance to
I don't mind it too much.
Their own terms.
You started with just the scout on A. If he lands one headshot and buys a little bit of time, then the MP9s can probably rotate back in, and then you have all the SMGs in towards lower and towards middle. So if the T's try and do something funky towards the left-hand side of the map, you're in a great position to punish them. It is around that leaves you a couple of possibilities, gives you a couple of chances. But also one that you need to know when to give up on. They've made the right call. Don't want to over-aggress when it comes down to the exit kills. That counts for both these teams. It's a bit of a gentleman's agreement. The T's get to win a round, keep all 5 alive, and then the CTs will get to play an eco with 4 UMPs. Or 4 MP9s, sorry. It's not a UMP, not quite. Evening coffee is not kicked in yet, Pavlos, that's the truth.
How late is too late for a coffee for you, Dad?
It's never too late for a coffee for me, but this is generally unhealthy. I'm the type of...
It's not the healthy thing to do, my man.
I am the type of... Now, I'm no doctor, but I am the type of person that could have a coffee right before going to bed.
Mate, I don't argue with you on that, actually. Coffee can make me sleep, but I think we're few of the type of people that have that effect.
Yeah, no, this is not an advice we're giving you.
No, this is definitely not medical advice.
We are just sharing our own experience. Does that mean that it's credible? No. Does it mean that you should trust this? No. Can I actually grow old and potentially pass away at 35 because I am living like this? Potentially, could happen. So don't listen.
Talk about experiences, though, Ted. I will cut you at there because the experience ESC are having is not an exciting one.
I mean, it's not too bad when you think about the dynamic of it. They found 3 kills in this round. This is not a full investment. This is just the save from the last round, and they can still find a couple more kills. I don't think a bomb plant or bomb defuse is still on the table. Yeah, definitely isn't.
Don't let them retreat. That's what I say. Let the bomb do the work.
Nice.
Are you going to tease that you've got a kit? Yeah. Trippy will survive.
Yeah, he's fine.
But just the one overall. 1 out of 10. You're right, Ted. It could have been a lot worse. They did take many players down there.
No, it's an alright start. You have enough money to put Sammy on an AWP. You have the M4s for everybody else. Utility is looking good as well. So it's not the worst case scenario right now for the CT side, regardless of losing the first 3 rounds. And they've been able to keep the T side economy at bay. Just 1 alive in this one. 4 rebuys coming up. Look at the T side money. It's not fantastic. It's not terrible either, but you get the point. ESC do have a way back into this. It's a very well timed nade.
Fireworks in the sky. Oh, there's going to be a massive crunch on this side of the map. 4 players on each team taking up this A-long space. There's a little mini game going on in Catwalk as well. Some util thrown in from Dementa, but this pick from Lewis is so important. He's even taking it a step further. Let me see if he can walk in a little deeper. You can see Reiko trying to see if anybody else is exploring into Catwalk, if there's any aggression shown that way. But Samy's being baited out into the open. I'm afraid this is not going to be an easy one. Wide angle stance taken from Lewis, but Samy is ready for it. And he's brought things right back into equilibrium.
He's looking to be alive. There was an opener on the deeper angle hold-in as well. Gamezilla will be able to make the cross. And Samy's being very loud about every move he's making right now. Gamezilla's burning though. Sammy must have heard that.
It's information there from Sammy. So the molly is counteracted. Able to avoid the nade, but there's nothing that keeps Tripey's bullet from finding his heart. Whoa, okay, Tripey. He's on a roll, on a tear. 2 picks to boot, and now leaves Reiko to his lonesome. And it's hard to see him finding any more success because he's got 2 very difficult positions to deal with. One of them can go anywhere at this point in time. Dementa staying awfully quiet. He's now revealing himself, but Reiko's playing a dangerous game of cat and mouse, one which the cat will be winning.
Yeah, it's been a very, very good continuation of what we did see on the T side of Ension. Both teams struggling when it comes down to the defense, right? It feels like there's a lot of solo plays coming up. The smoke, there was a bit of a gap. Samy's able to get the refrag, but then the nade to open it up again and get the second kill on to buy me through the car. Sammy, as we said, honestly a lucky man to be able to get away with that second kill. So a lot of these rounds going down to the wire, but if you're mixed, you just care about the wins in the end of the day. Doesn't really matter how much money you've got, especially on the T side. It's not as punishing.
Okay. Continuing where he left off. Bit of an answer back though from Bimey, and he's actually getting a lot of time for his team to arrive. I'm looking at the util department though, Ted, and it's looking dire. Only 1 flash left, and it's just been popped over. They're trying to use it to their advantage. Not given the opportunity to get planted, and Tripey is left trying to use every bullet he has left to him. it doesn't turn out to his favor. And it's left into a 1v1. Viv, though, might have the timing, and Olive, not really knowing where to look, does get caught. Mix cannot falter.
Oh, even the BM coming out. The Glock just letting him know he was just not ready for another player in towards the tunnels that late. He's just thinking, where the hell are you, man? Aren't you not in towards middle, cutting off rotations? Why are you just coming in from the tunnels now? Good openers coming out. Nice effort, though. ESC starting that retake before the bomb even goes down. Massive work coming out of Tripe, especially that second kill through the smoke. Makes all the difference. And that's another very close round. Another one with only one surviving for the T side, but they still win it. Look at the speed.
Look at the pizzazz. Okay, all they needed to do was distract there. Dementor's doing the rest. Yeah, this is a very fast style for Mix, and ESC can't catch up to it.
They're playing very rapid Counter-Strike. Every single time there's an early fight, every single time there's an aggressive play coming out of the CT side, there's an instant reaction coming out of Mix, but this one, again, going down to a 1v2. This time it's Moonwalk on the chopping block. He's got a smoke, no kit, Gamezilla low on HP. Might be a doable one.
Oh,
Hold your horses.
Okay. Gets provided a pixel and he'll use it. Question marks on the second, and Dementor chooses the right time to shine.
Isn't
Again,
that
they're left with one.
out of 6 rounds? I think that might be the third that the
Well,
T's
it's a
win with
1v1.
one player surviving.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say. It is a very close game. It's a 6-0, but it's a very close map of Counter-Strike. There's a lot of back and forth situations. A lot of scenarios just going from one camp to the other. That's why you see the CTs keep on reinvesting. They know they're just one converted round away from getting potentially 2 or 3 in a row. Look at the money on the T side.
Oh, Mix continue to play aggressive. Oh, that flash. Oh, it could have been gorgeous, but not quite. Oh, that was actually thrown for me as C. My bad.
Yep. It was a good counter flash, if anything. Perfect timing on it. And now you get a 5v3. This is where you need to convert. You must.
Yeah, you haven't really been in pole in any rounds. Only playing catch-up.
Careful.
Oh. Could get dicey real quick. Dinks landing. Thin margins, though. With 1 minute on the clock, Mix can afford to lay down low for just a while, but you give opportunities for ESC to weave in and out. That's exactly what Reiko's done. Viv out into the open will be easy pickings. ESC finally showing some sort of comfort.
And you know what? This is actually a massive round. Because when you think about it, this first round on the board for them is much cleaner than the last couple that Mix were able to get on the board. There's the late flash coming out. Olymp able to get away with a double kill. Gamezilla the only one to find anything, so you keep 4 alive. Money's looking good. T's are on the verge of a reset. They actually will play a full-on eco with a scout. This is how competitive this game actually has been. You get 6 rounds in a row on the T side. You lose 1 without a bomb plant, and then you need to eco straight away. When was the last time you've seen anything like it? This could still get very, very close. Especially if we're following the trend of, you know, T side being the more prominent. What a shot.
What a screamer,
God,
dude.
There's something about IGLs and scouts on Dust 2 on an eco round. They just love it.
Reiko, this is risky.
Don't
Out
get
into the
ecoed now,
open.
boys.
There's a real chance that happens, Ted. I hate to break it to you.
They've got guns now.
Big ones too. Olymp holds his ground for a little longer, but he's in dangerous waters. The poke and prods. HE is a little bit too late to the party, but the traversal towards his B side is massive. Tripe is able to find Moonwalk, backstabbed. You know there's someone around. The fear of breaking through mid and a potential lurk coming through is huge.
God, even
Olymp
gooshes him.
Last player standing, but this is too damn tough. Viv having the angle locked in. Mix not allowing ESC to chain 2 together.
That's very frustrating. That was a full eco round. It all starts with a pickup from the scout. The first thing that I'd say, it's probably not the most opportune moments against the full eco or a force buy. Either way, you know they're low on money to go for the old boost into a short. And you can see the reaction as well. Giving them a lot of opportunities. Second player standing close into a short because he didn't want to give the op away, but you are giving them an opportunity all alone. It's just very disjointed out of ESC. That was their opportunity to get back into the first half. Now they've missed it. Best thing they could hope for is 5 rounds. All right.
Yeah, maybe make that 4.
Yeah. Probably 3.
If you don't see any magic. Hold your horses.
There you go.
And hold your donkeys as well. And hold your goats.
And the sheep.
No, it's the pigs next.
Hold your geese.
Well, Viv isn't goose, so that would be very poetic. Well, information for Viv is there, but Moonwalk has got the rifle in that situation. What a comeback in that round. It all comes down to some misplaced peaks from Mix that get punished.
Yeah, some good shots coming out of Sammy as well. Probably feels like it was the first round where you did see an individual in a buy round step up. Again, very disjointed in towards A. Both players being caught with their backs turned, basically. Good recovery, though. You lose the anti-eco in the previous, win this one. I mean, you could still potentially get 5 rounds, which would leave you in a doable position, I guess. Oh. That's unfortunate. Probably should have been an opening kill.
What do you do with this?
They don't know about the second player. Oh, no, they do.
Moonwalk does now.
Hello.
Pixel spotted. So you've dealt with that. You know a lot about what's going on the west side of the map. That's a whole lot of nothing. So a lot of presence now shown on the east. And since there's not too much pressure, you're able to send support over to B once again in the likes of Sammy and Bajmi. Moonwalk making tunnels his own. When the bomb dropped, ESC have a very clear idea and indication that this round is going their way. So a third now locked in. And Ted, like you said, 5 very much a possibility.
Yeah, their worst nightmare, though. There isn't a lot of money on the T side now, so they will have to probably supposedly play against a bunch of pistols. Has been an issue. Good aggression coming out of Buy and very well coordinated with the upper push out of Moonwalk. Had the good timing to also drop the bomb. It's a big triple kill round from the man. You still have to believe. Again, a scout and pistols. Don't do it again.
Not again.
Not again. All right. We can all breathe.
The bigger of the scoped guns. Gets that window. Not that size matters.
He's tagged. He's dead.
Yeah. Another indication that size.
They have a player
matter.
on the A bomb side, by the way. Look at Viv. He's... How is he there? I don't think they have a clue he could be on the bomb side already.
Thing is,
okay.
Reiko's not in a position to get punished. He's way too far forwards. Surely they must know there's some sort of a timing available for a long push.
I don't think they do, but they will see him either way.
Yeah, but now you also know that there's a tunnels play here, so the possibility of a mid-lurk happening, maybe not from that direction, is well in the air. Either way, though, Sammy does finally find the lurking player, and ESC close up the distance slowly but surely.
That was still a very tricky one. If Reiko does go down to a scout headshot in top middle, this round is on, especially with the player in towards short. That was very scrappy. But hey, a round on the board is a round on the board at some point. Beggars can't be choosers.
Bet they're glad they didn't drop to a pistol again, though.
Yeah. 5 rounds is doable. It's probably much more than what they should have had, and at the same time, it feels a little bit just because of all the close rounds that they lost.
Sure.
Feels fair.
No one in the site itself. The fight's just
Felt
outside
smoke.
of doors. Olin walks out of long, he gets his head ripped off his shoulders, and in the meantime, this is so much space gain for 3. Rapid movement from ESC though. Sammy and Reiko just pushing through smokes, now holding down the line with cover aplenty. That's the defuse, that's the round, and the gap closer has commenced. 5-7 is the score by the end of the first half.
Look at a streak towards the end. 4 in a row, 5 out of the last 6. This is a great recovery coming out of ESC, a map that started in such a worse for wear fashion. So many 1v1, so many clutches, so many close scenarios that they ended up dropping. In the end of the day, they reclaim somewhat of a competitive level. And a friendly reminder
that's
to
the
everyone.
highlight from the round.
Yeah, that was a great highlight. It was a... We do actually have a tradition in Bulgaria, which is walking on fire, on coal, on...
I thought that was like a Buddhist thing. Like
we have it here.
Have it there.
Might be a Balkan thing.
Balkan thing.
I don't know.
I don't know, to be fair. Okay, pot shots aplenty.
Why is he alive?
3-on-3 with ESC
Why
somehow.
What?
Keeping Reiko afloat. I don't know. He's wearing
He's a
life
ghost.
jacket.
Yeah.
He's a ghost.
He's a wizard.
That's one theory. Yeah.
Oh my god, they're actually doing it.
There's no way, Lewis. Oh, he's been spotted as well. They've got a full idea of what's going on, so they're just hiding. Well, never mind. Now they decided to fight, and it might be the wrong call, but Sammy, thankfully for them, does find the head eventually. Okay. I got scared there. I don't know about you, Ted, but that was very, very close.
I think if you're mixed, you're getting a little bit terrified, because this is one of the closer dust-twos that we've seen out of the side of ESC now. That was a 6-0 lead for Mixed at the start. Now you suddenly stopped winning the clutches, and you drop that 2 versus 3. The round is... Well, it's just one round between you and ESC. And you have decided to go for the force buy. Scout, quad MP9. And if it doesn't work, you're probably giving up the lead. Lewis opens things up. Now they know it's a force buy. Now they know about the investment. How do they want to approach it? Through the Molotov. They're actually chasing for the refrags. What is up with Moonwalk and walking through fire?
I don't know. It's just like... Maybe at heart he's Bulgarian.
God. What is this round?
What
is going on?
This is so damn close. I don't know. If I could roll it back 30 seconds to play in slow-mo, I feel like we still wouldn't know the answer to that question.
They're both so low.
But we do know what the status is now. The bomb can be collected. ESC Gaming's players not so healthy, but they do have the AK in their hands.
He felt a flash.
Doesn't go to plan. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness.
A flying shot with a MAC-10 is what makes the difference. Gamezilla with a task and a half on his hands.
IGL to step it up. No defuse kit, but he's got more health than both of them.
They don't have cover. If he's able to isolate them through the smoke, this could be doable. Moonwalk has got to hide. Gamezilla without a clue. Surely he's got to assume it's a side play. Oh, God, peek through and the shot onto the box is what makes it work. Oh, yeah. Take a big breath, big man, because that was a huge clutch.
Yeah, big breath is literally what he's taken. The one tap through the smoke is absolutely mental from Gamezilla. Felt like he was the final one to step up from the side of Mix. All the young stars had their moments, but the IGL was the ones who finally ground them around, and that was a force buy as well. This pure chaos, he starts it off. The jumping MAC-10 on low HP. This is the tap that they needed. The kill onto Reiko. And the last one was such an easy one to finish off.
I mean, you get why they played at Catwalk, right? You don't want to risk playing up against an AK on a long-distance fight out in long. Either ramp could also be risky. Oh, just somehow the smoke worked in his favor. What a turnaround in the
Careful.
game. And imagine if FACEIT Gaming have their turn in playing pistols. That H does a lot, but still the entries are there. A double player push in lowers. And they're all reloading and they all die. What is going on?
This game is pure chaos. This is absolute carnage, and they know exactly where the Oper is. They know he's tagged by the scout. They're not letting him save. You shouldn't feed him too many opportunities, because he might suddenly decide to go for the round, but the moment you get the bomb plant and you realize he's saving, it doesn't really hurt if you send 1 or 2 players on the hunt. Low HP Oper, Samey's already thinking about putting his hands on that big green gun, and ESC answer back immediately. A big double kill coming out of Reiko with the Deagle as well. They get run down in towards middle. CTs try to fight. We're fended off, and they're actually not just sending 1. They're sending 2 of them. You just need to spot the Oper with 1 of the players and hope he misses on the second. They might catch a very good timing on this. Even if the first player goes down. Peek from Olim. Blindsides view. No AWP saved up. This is massive. I mean, there is 1 for the T side, not 1 for the defense. And they need to force again.
It has a funny way of resolving itself. Peeking while reloading there. The timing was rough. You didn't expect someone to be so close, I guess. You wanted to crunch in on the low players. You know you needed them. Just doesn't go to plan.
They're making a vital mistake here, Pavlos. You know what that is?
What's that?
GameZilla is not the player with the scout. Give the
After
IGL
what we
the
saw
scout.
in the second round of this half, I agree.
Yeah, just give him the scout, man.
Yeah. Either way.
Oh, it was the first half. Yeah, it was on the T side. But bottom line, GameZilla has been a big round player so far. A 1v2 clutch, a couple nice pickups with the scout. Just let him cook.
Viv not having the same success with the pot shots.
Tell me they use a bit of U2. Oh, they will just try peek. Don't go through the smoke. You don't need to go through the smoke. They have pistols. You don't need that.
Want to.
You don't need it.
Switch positions, and he goes right past him. But Olymp realizes his play was blocked. Okay, GameZilla. Okay, Tripe. Okay. That's all I can say.
Big game player. That's what I'm talking about. This is
I was about
terrifying.
to say weapons cannot be retrieved, but there are a couple that you can pick up in Catwalk. And all of a sudden, this round has gone awry. Spray not working in ways that Tripe would have liked. GameZilla finding a gap he can work with, and Dementor using long to his advantage. What is going on? Mix retain their lead, and you can tell why ESC Gaming are shaking their heads right now.
Yeah, this is the reaction of desperation. You're just, what is going through your head right now is, okay, we get a 5 versus 3. We get the first kill on long. We get the first kill on short. We have an empty bomb side, and we lose a 5v3 against pistols. Look at that again. Flash on the retake. This is very late. This is the start of the round. You get those 2 kills. This one is unlucky. Then Olymp is just looking for something in towards middle. I have no clue what he's looking for. Should be thinking about winning the round, not giving away a gun. It is a big misplay out of him. He is here just not capitalizing on these opportunities.
Okay.
That is very ugly. Counter-Strike right now. Quite scrappy is the way you could describe it. A lot of fighting going on. A lot of over peaks. Entertaining is another word I'd use. I actually like it. It just doesn't make sense. But I kind of enjoy it for what it is. Watch Dementor get a triple kill. I bet you. The mid player comes back. Trippy won't get anything done, but Dementor from this angle will get at least 3 kills.
Yeah, I'm glad you gave that detail. But what if the way this works out is because they don't check this angle? because it doesn't feel like they will. And it's a triple for Dementa. Someone called it.
I'm telling you, man. I mean, Trippy did get 1 kill, so he did sell the bait, but yeah. Another man advantage. Finally, though, someone does win the Force by Wars. Even though it was a 4 versus 3 in favor of ESC. You walk in towards the B-bomb side. Molotov gets planted in towards the exit of the tunnels to perfection. And the moment that Trippy gets the first kill, it just sets up Dementor in such a good way. So finally, there's an eco round coming up. Finally, something that should make sense. There's 4 Glocks in a P250. They will not win this round, ESC. They should not.
Yeah, I love that you corrected it, by the way, with a should, because many things should have happened or shouldn't have happened.
No, they will not.
Yeah. After seeing that first death, say it's dead. But you're right. There's less things going their way. Having just Glocks does not make their day. And Mix are playing this smart, not really giving them too much either. Bit of a back and forth, allowing more players to join in on the efforts. Mix on the precipice of securing this game. Only 2 rounds required.
See, this makes a whole lot more sense, right? An eco round, 4 Glocks, a P250, clean round. And in case you're just joining in and you're thinking, what the hell are these guys talking about? This is probably the first clean anti-eco we've seen all series long. It's been a very labored affair in every single round. They've been made work for it. And sometimes they are making themselves work for it. Migs, though, just 2 rounds away from sending us over to a 3rd map. And in case you're just joining in, or it's been a while since you've checked, that would be a Mirage to decide which one of those 2 teams makes it into the plains and which one goes home. It is elimination on the line. So it's now or never. That's the type of vibe we're going with.
Is good for the initial peak, but if it's there,
they don't have flashes.
Time.
They have just 1.
This is, yeah, they had 2. This was the second one that was thrown. To be fair,
a bit delayed.
Very delayed on both circumstances. Oh, okay, yeah, Viv's just walking apart for him.
The bomb just jumped CT. Right,
that is strange.
That's just turned into a FACEIT puck straight away. You see the Oper on long, you're dropping CT. If you get both kills, maybe there's somewhat of a chance, but they're just playing wild Counter-Strike and just hoping, swinging it, hoping it lands. An uppercut, a hook, a swing, something. But as of right now, the only thing touching the chins of Mix KS is the blood of ESC.
Look, this
they're
is
just beating them up
in a way that Mix wants, right? Yep. They like this chaotic way of playing. This is their domain. This is where they feel alive and where ESC have least control over the status quo.
Top mid push. D-flash. Not ready. That's actually a massive tack out of the scout. If the scout doesn't hit that tack, then probably the rifle dies. And now by me, we'll be able to collect a double.
Doesn't last long though. That lead. Gamezilla gets 2 of his own.
Another 5v3 to close it.
This time the CTs are quite spread apart from one another. Each one of them have a different task at hand, a different front to cover. Viv good for the 1, but asking for the 2nd would be asking a bit too much.
Ooh.
Olymp is quick to find the headshot. ESC find entry into B, and Gamezilla is miles away.
If there was one man on the server, Pavlos, it would be the big man. The only man. The man. Him.
Oh, smoke covered.
The Godzilla.
The Gamezilla.
The game Godzilla. He's not winning this.
No, he's taking a lot of time, isn't he? He's got a kit available, but he needs to find his picks quick. There's no hiding where he's coming from, though. And Moonwalk secures that one for ESC, holding on by a thread, but they need to do it another 4 times to force OT.
Yeah, it's just because of how close all of these rounds are getting, right? When you think about all the situations where ESC have been able to get the opening kill, this time it was a double opening pick, and they instantly give back 2 kills to GameZilla. They don't even tag him down. These rounds are just going down to the wire, all of them. It doesn't really feel like ESC have not put themselves in a position to win, but they're not capitalizing. Well, surely not putting themselves in the best position ever now. Sammy already going down, and look at Viv go. He's going for more. He spotted Olin. That's going to be a double one. Does get refrag, but this is so much information. You spotted 2 players in lower. You know the bombman's dropped it towards Suicide, and Lewis is so close. Maybe a bit of an overstep.
So risky. Because Tripe was also spamming. This plays left was also spamming. This plays left and right and center. ESC able to punish through the smoke as well. GameZilla didn't see that one coming. Dementa having to take a stand right here, right now. Thing is, ESC could potentially take a 2v1 here, but that just doesn't go as they would have liked. Moonwalk taking a higher ground. Pro players so very low. Moonwalk can hear everything. Well, Dementa can. No, the drop! What? What was that? We didn't expect it, neither did Dementa. But ESC take that one.
Yeah, this has just turned into a FACEIT plug. I'm sorry, but that is mental. He's just like, you know what? Fluff it. I'll just do it. Nothing's working out. We've lost so many clutches. I might as well just go with the Oompa Loompa. That was a very good attempt coming out of the mentor Moonwalk. Just, yeah. That's hilarious.
Flashes.
This is prime Counter-Strike bullshit right there.
I don't know. Does this represent Eastern European Counter-Strike somehow?
It represents FACEIT premium queue.
A little bit. The thing is, we can take jabs at this. We're Balkan ourselves.
Oh no, this is the Counter-Strike that my countrymen play as well. We'll get to see some of it later today.
Well, actually worse.
It's just Slavic Counter-Strike. It's not even only Eastern European,
sure,
right?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just in general. It's not Balkan. It's all the Slavic countries. There's something wild about us, you know?
The real Wild West, but it's the Wild East.
It is the Wild East, yeah. I mean, he just, when you think about it, he's in a 1v1 against the player that's gotten 2 kills. He knows he's in CT. He's on 34 HP, and he decides in the 1v1 to jump down from short to CT to get the instant headshot. It's such a big balls play. Ball's on the table, and it might work.
Yeah, they've just broken the table in 2. Cap through the smoke, though, is taken advantage of from GameZilla, and confidence is the way to deal with it. Yeah, ESC find all the rounds you need, but all it takes to lose this map is 1. Olip unable to convert a 1v4, go figure. And that is job done by Mix. 1 map apiece, 1 map per team. And it looks like we're going to a decider.
Yeah, another day, another very weird couple of rounds for the side of ESC on the map that end up causing them to play 3 against the team that they probably should be 2-0ing. But we need to give props and credit where credit's due, right? Mix, especially GameZilla with a lot of the impact rounds. Viv, standout performer when it comes down to the opening. I mean, I think towards the end of that, those two, Viv was, what, 4-1 in opening fights with the OP, and then his counterpart on the side of Sammy is 0-4, and that tells you enough. Viv was the better opener on those two. GameZilla was definitely the better frag and IGO out of the two, and all in all, I mean, Mix, they were just a lot more composed, and individually, they were stepping up more in the clutches.
Let's be fair, they were allowed to run rampant, right? I feel like looking at the T side, you know, those rounds, those 12 rounds were done so damn fast, so damn quick, right? They were rushing every opportunity they had. You know, they were creating one opportunity after another, not really allowing their opponents to settle down, create their own pace. You know, they were always on the reacting end, always one step above, and you know, that's where the real difference was made. And by the end, yeah, sure, the secure was there. So, yeah, no, Mix being able to play a map on their terms is massive. Whether they're able to do that on Mirage, though, I think is the next question we need to have, Ted.
Yeah, going into the third map, I feel like at this point we don't really have a reason to be doubting these guys, right? They played good Counter-Strike all day long. Yesterday, we did see that even though ESC is that big name that we're all expecting to, in the end of the day, regardless of how labored the game is, go through and actually win, they did lose to Inner Circle Academy. And there's no two ways about it. Today, they had a 9-3 lead on the T side of Ension, but other than that, I think they've invested in all 3 remaining halves, right? The second half on Ension was very close, with Mix nearly bringing it back on the T side. Thus too, I'd say, was a lot better for the Kosovians in comparison to their Polish counterparts. So I feel like all in all, going into Mirage, regardless of ESC still probably being the favorite on paper, we couldn't really look past the performance that we've seen out of Mix so far. They've played good Counter-Strike. They've been able to punish the mistakes of ESC. Are they the better team? Probably not. But are they there to punish when ESC are not playing their A game? They definitely are.
Well, we could be seeing a surprise here, folks. ESC, the second seed of the entire tournament, has already lost 1 series this match. Their back is against the wall in the lower bracket, where 1 map could be the difference between them going to playoffs or being eliminated. We'll be finding out right after this. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to LORGAR Rankings. It's time to get going for the third and final map of our first series of the day between Mix and ESC. We thought it could have been an easier affair with ESC picking up the first one, but Mix proving that they can hang about with these, you know, top teams of the tournament. And let's be fair, I think they've still got a solid chance on Mirage to do the same thing.
I mean, that's what it's felt like so far. I think we've all been very surprised by how close the series has been. Mix have been able to actually put up a very good fight against the side of ESC, and the polls, in comparison to some of the previous events they've played since the start of the year, they did win the ESO Challenger League Season 50 Europe Cup 3 at the end of 2025, and obviously this group of players joined the organization just a while ago, but when they were even playing against, well, not against, but under the name of Friendly Campers, they were still a team that was putting on some decent results, playing against higher level opposition. I think all of us thought that going into a qualifier like this, they would be one of the teams to make it out of the groups, no questions asked, right? At least make it into the play-ins, if not even to the LAN event itself. But it has been a little bit underwhelming by the side of ESC. The Counter-Strike has not really been up to scratch. It really hasn't been up to par with what we expect out of these guys usually. This is the opportunity to show that there is a little bit of that good old X factor of Polish Counter-Strike left. In here.
Absolutely.
These players are a lot more skilled than what we've been seeing on the server so far, and I really want to see that on display here on Mirage.
Yeah, if the first map was a bit of a slap to the face in regards to what Mix can do, the second map was definitely an uppercut to the chin for ESC. So if the first slap did not wake them up, this has got to put them in the right position. As we can see on the monitors of the players, things looking nearly ready. I think they're missing one player on the server waiting to join, but we are getting these ready checks in and ready to go. Look, we've had two extremely close first two maps, 13-10 on both of them, Ancient and Dust2, and I feel like Mirage can be a solid third and deciding matchup, because when you go and look into the history of that map, when you look at ESC, you know, performing, you know, Mirage isn't at the top of your list, is it? Not even close. You know, they haven't really been playing this one in an official setting for too much. So I feel like this is a perfect opportunity to show that their map pool is wider than it seems.
Yep. Only one Mirage, and that was the Friendly Campers Mirage against Heroic during Blast Bounty. That was an 8-13 loss for the side of Mix. Two Mirages, one they lost against Inner Circle Academy, another one they lost to Hyper Spirit. So it hasn't been the most perfect one ever. The best around, though, already leaning in favor of the Kosovian side. It's just Sammy left, a 1v4, tapping away, no chances whatsoever, and it's a big round out of GameZilla. Another triple. What is up with GameZilla today, Pavlos? I've never seen this guy play like this.
He's insane in a world of his own, but I was going to say, Ted, Mix have been pretty damn good on these pistols.
Yep.
I haven't really been taking a tally, but, you know, it feels like it's a big majority of pistols gained have gone to Mix.
Yep. I don't know what's going on today. It's just very... Everything's working out very well for them. They did win one of the pistols only on Dust2. They started the first half 6-0, right? But then in the second half, regardless of losing the pistol, they won the force. So it kind of felt like they won both of them. And then on Ancient, they lost one, but the other one they won, and they started again 6-0. So twice now we've seen Mix start off a T side on the back of winning a pistol round in a 6-0 fashion. And once we've seen them lose the pistol, but just win the force by straight away. So only once in reality is ESC dominated at the start of a half.
Mix seem to have a pretty decent idea of what the happening is. Apart from apartments, that is gone awry. There's a potential for a drop there, unless GameZilla is able to do anything about it, but he's, you know, capable. And so is the rest of the squad cleaning up. It felt like a team ace. Everyone had a piece of that pie.
Yeah, it is pretty clean, and I think they were able to hold on to all the rifles. They just lost an SMG, which is very good for the money, because they did have 3 M4s invested into this one, but they make it look very flawless. And it is a little bit alarming that Mix have been the team to dictate the pace at the start of all of the halves. We were talking about that comparison between Sammy and Viv. Viv definitely the more impactful opener on map 1. Something that we'd want to see potentially change for the sake of ESC here on Mirage, especially considering the international experience that Sammy's got. We talked about Sangao. touched upon his stint there with guys like LNZ, like XCloud, like Youngster. Well, talking about it. Not so good so far, Mirage for Sammy, once again. Does go down to Viv, out of all people.
Huge stuff from Reiko, though. Drawing it back to 4 players per side, but not able to live. Viv continuing to produce terror in the middle of on the map. So how do you unlock yourself out of the jail you put yourself into, ESC?
At least you have a little bit of util. Now you don't.
God, Viv
is on the terror. I mean, in reality, he's just in towards middle, but they're
3 different
feeding him kills. Yeah.
Every time. He's been impossible to read.
Spam one more. Come on.
The likelihood of that happening is massive. But no, smoke fades. Bimey quicker to the trigger on that one. Lewis seems to have the read on the cross. Damage is dealt, headshot found. M4 in his hands means that going to be a kill collection. Dementia's position is red.
Ooh.
And they're able to convert that. Mix are in dire straits. ESC with the comeback this time.
I like the fact that Olympus, he's actually pretty furious. Every single time they win a round, he's BMing. Every single time he's putting some extra bullets into the bodies. He's a little bit frustrated. That's the type of round that you could regret if you're mixed, especially after the triple out of Viv. Felt like it should have been an easy conversion. A 4 versus 2. Viv fading the smoke, looking for something more. Then Olymp winning the first fight. This is the clearance that makes all the difference, by the way. Clearing out the mentor from Sandwich. This is the one that wins you the round. It's one of these moments where Viv gets a triple, but you still, if you are analyzing this round and you're thinking what did go wrong, you're thinking, well, you probably don't want him to just fade the smoke like this. Probably want him to back off, play the 4v2 in a much safer way. But you can't really blame him. He was just feeling himself.
What's new this time? Bit of a slow and spread out approach from ESC. No early aggression shown. Before showing any presence in mid and waiting for Moonwalk to take his passage. The mollies and smokes are flying into that A site, and it is doing the job of keeping Mix busy. Eventually, the drop-in does ensue, and ESC get the better end of it. 4v3,
the bomb is going B.
Sure he's Lou, but yes, the bomb is going the other way.
Yeah, this round is done. If you're trying to go back towards B right now, Olim's got such a good position. Even if you get the kill onto Reiko, and he's a menace!
No
How does he
way.
get a double out of it? Reiko jumping through the smoke, ring around the rosy. Big bye-bye for the side of Mix.
And Ted, it felt like
fake.
It was the second time in that round where ESC Gaming were just doing things to distract players, trying to destabilize them, but instead of only doing that, they end up coming out on top on the trades. They were always planning on moving into B. They were always trying to leverage, you know, the quick reaction from Mix. But the fact that they win every single fight there on after is what makes this one ridiculous.
Very ridiculous. That was hilarious. Straight up hilarious. How does Reiko get that double kill? He was supposed to be the faker. He's the one to slay all of them. And now they've reset the money. So, Mix going through the financial motions. And as we know by now, there's nothing fun about going through financial motions, Pavlos.
Do we call them the Let's call them the Fotions.
The Fotions?
The Fotions, financial motions.
Okay.
The Fotions. It's got a ring to it, no?
Fotions.
The Fotions.
Yeah.
It sounds too close to oceans.
Yeah.
Put an F in front of it, people will
You know what the Fotions sounds
turtles.
like? It sounds like a very posh family that lives somewhere around Beverly Hills, you know?
Fotions. I don't know that, mate.
You don't know? Potions?
Maybe a wealthy family in the Hamptons.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it does sound more British than it does American.
No, the Hamptons is US, mate.
Hamptons?
The Hamptons.
I don't know where the Hamptons is. It does sound British.
Hamptons. A group seaside community, east end of Long Island, Suffolk Country, New York. Yeah.
The Hamptons.
The Hamptons. It's like where there's, it's all where, you know.
Oh, yeah, I seen the Hamptons. Yeah, okay. I just didn't know it was called like that.
Every millionaire has got a villa in the Hamptons. Maybe not millionaire, but
yeah, how come I don't know about it?
Mr. Millionaire over here.
All right. Yeah. Hamptons.
Hey, we're learning geography today on the stream.
It does look like it has nothing to do with New York, by the way.
No. It's just the how do you say it? The province.
No. It's a big province.
Massive.
Good province.
Some would say average, though.
Yeah.
Depends on the angle you look at it. Pooh. And on your experience.
It's not too big, you're just not used to it.
The fight continues to go. Yeah, Ted. Exactly. Tripey. Still alive and well, and he even draws out the pistol to push through the smoke. What is going on? Oh, Ryko's got more where that came from.
Ooh. It's a little bit of chaos. Bomb still
been to the Hamptons.
Going B. Moonwalk is on A. He can throw a little bit of util, drag a little bit of attention. Bomb's gonna go down. They might not even realize the bomb is not planted on A, especially with the smoke and with all the commotion. Oh, that push is actually massive. This is such a big move out of Viv. That's the only reason now they know it's B instantaneously.
The only question remaining is where the hell is Olymp?
They have no utility and no diffuse kit. This is a very, very big power position if they don't hard clear it.
Olymp is doing his best. Walden cosplay. Did he see blood splatter and then realize, oh, there's a player there?
I don't think he hit him. He didn't hit him the first time.
The first time? No?
Yeah, no, he didn't hit him. I think he just realized he didn't spam it well. Or maybe they saw a gun barrel or something.
Okay. Either way, though. Fair enough for mixed. I wonder what you replay from this round, Ted, because there was a whole lot of chaos in mid, a lot of spamming through smokes, a lot of, okay, I've run out of bullets, so I might as well run in with my pistol moments.
I think you replayed our conversation for the size of Hamptons.
That's probably the highlight.
Yeah.
I'm sure
All right, so what did happen here? Lewis decided to fight through the Molotov. He was punished. Moonwalk found a kill on A. Then Dioper, no, that's an M4 with a pistol in hand because of the reload, just deciding to go through the smoke. Then Viv on 1 HP pushes through the round smoke, gets a kill. That puts him in a 2v1. And Viv starts this round with a collateral. 1 kill onto Moonwalk, a tag onto Buy Me. More action to follow.
Viv. He's got to be punished,
one more.
surely. He's got to be punished. Yes, he is. There's a person in me that said you can get out of that one. Yeah, I don't know. The scrappy play does seem to favor Mix, doesn't it?
Oh.
Reiko's just unlocked the round wide open, though.
They know it's clear. Right. Gamezilla's still alive. Lewis is still alive. They should know A is empty. Yeah, they do. Free bomb plan. Gamezilla's going around the world. He's going towards top mid, though. Hesitating a little bit. Eventually, they'll start thinking about it. Baime's going to push all the way towards ramp. He's going to be holding his back. There's nothing else to be holding. This kill is the difference maker. Oh my goodness.
Waiting. Oh, we've just missed each other. Okay, that's... On the crazier side, Reiko, you found 3 already. Let's make it an A, shall we?
No way.
Surely they expect to take jungle. That's the only place they haven't looked. That and Palace. Now they know. And Gamezilla's there. Okay. Okay.
Massive impact. Again out of Gamezilla. The Agile's just been everywhere. This is it's a very unfortunate round as well for ESC, because Reiko does get the perfect timing to actually clear out kitchen, but he doesn't look towards CT spawn, right? He just starts looking towards middle. And he might have had a free kill onto the first. That would have dropped the defuse kit. GameZilla didn't have one on him. That would have overcomplicated the situation a little bit, but instead, it is a 4-3 lead. Tactical timeout coming out of ESC. This is the first one for them. Mix already using one of theirs. ESC, money-wise, not in the best spot ever. They do have enough for an investment, but By Me and Samey, I think, won't have AKs equipped. A little bit of Uto, maybe a Galil for By Me. Some Uto and maybe a Mac-10 or a pistol for Samey. So this is looking more like somewhat of a set play, potentially out of ESC, off of spawn, out of a tactical timeout, low money, good utility, worse for wear weaponry. Might want to group up and just hit a bomb site together straight away. Insta smokes coming out for both top, middle, and window. What's the call here?
Good question.
A split. They'll try and boost someone in window. That's what it looks like. You have a Palace player, a lot of utility has been expanded towards middle. Try and push the CTs back and set someone up to go up there.
And if they do go window, there's no one on the receiving end from Mix to handle it quickly. Tripe is the closest, and he is slowly making himself available for jungle. Okay, this changes things.
Oh,
and
double boost window.
He doesn't spot anyone crossing. Little does he know, there's two up there keeping him company.
That's such a cool round.
Smoking off long, so I wonder if they wait for By Me to be available for this. There's one. Surely, you know, there's the potential for a second. Oh, he's just running back. The damage is done. Raiko does end up getting the pick. What's the call now? A bit of a pivot to B, it seems.
Yeah, this is screaming an A round, especially with the Uto with the double boost window. You'd think the CTs would read into an A play. Lewis has been left alone. GameZilla is still nearby, though. Oh.
Reiko's not being too careful about selling this. Yeah, they know what's going on. Weapon out. Oh, receiving Lewis there is huge, but you need a little bit extra than that. GameZilla is having one of the best series I've ever seen him have. And that is Mix now on 5.
I mean, the calling has been great. The fragging has been great. GameZilla has just been a hero all day long. Mix, they're just reading these situations in such a cool way. They were even ready for the second player in towards window. Trippy's looking for it. He loses the fight, but still tags down Reiko. Big kill coming out of the Mentor. The bait so late in towards the B bomb site. GameZilla takes first point of contact, regardless of Lewis going down. The big GameZilla towards the back of the bomb site, providing yet another multi-kill. 11 and 3 at the start of this Mirage. We've seen so many double and triple kills out of him for the last 2 maps.
And we continue to see Mix producing the openers. Sure, it's up against the Pistols this time, but...
Just switch it up. Make Lewis the B anchor for a change. Let GameZilla play middle, please. I just want to see him get involved into more fights.
Maybe the reason he's doing so well is because he's one of the last ones to get into fights.
No, he's doing it all. Don't get equaled now. We've been praising you for such a long time. Trippy's got the bomb at T-spawn. That could be an issue.
Free warp.
GameZilla.
If he gets caught pants down,
the Counter-Strike Godzilla
is
dead. Yeah. And Reiko is his killer.
The thing is, Mix have got full bomb control. So, you know, ESC still have got a lot of work to do to recover it and end up winning the round. "35 seconds now. And it's cooled off, hasn't it? Yeah. I mean, you will be closing out this game, this round, with more than you came into it with. They're going for it? Surely, you know, I got worried there for a second. Yeah, running away.
I think they did realize that even if they don't get bonus money, they still can purchase head armor, utility, and they can be all right for the next. It's all right to hold on to an AK in an open these circumstances.
Sure.
Hey, man, the only thing I care about is that this is another round where GameZilla gets a kill. 12-4, my goat. You look very unimpressed by GameZilla. I don't like it.
That's not the case at all, mate. Not the case at all. GameZilla is bringing the highlight of today's story.
It really is bringing in the hype. You know what's the weird thing about it? People are gonna look at this series. They're gonna see the 8 and 21 that he had on Ancient. They're gonna see the 14-16 on Dust, and they won't realize how impactful a lot of his kills were. And even here on Mirage, he's had such a good series. I'm not even over exaggerating. He's done everything that an IGO should be doing and more.
Ted will know, and that's okay.
Good opener.
I think one of the few times where ESC had the first say in a round.
Bomb still dropped into E-Spawn. Has been the case for a lot of these rounds, so essentially you can't keep on fortifying middle. And look at GameZilla getting towards the B-bomb side, by the way. He's pushed through his own smoke, going towards under. Lewis wanted to boost Trippy and ladder. When does GameZilla get activated? Oh, Trippy, people spotted. Doesn't get a single kill.
Here he comes, though.
One. That's it.
I thought it was GameZilla time.
Trippy had to wait. They needed to. I mean, if they're able to boost the player in towards ladder is good, but the moment that the first player dies through the smoke, Trippy needs to wait for GameZilla to take contact. Get the kill from under, then you can swing from window and you can have that good 1-2. If you peek from window, and even if you do get a kill, it's so much more difficult for you to hide. It's very difficult for GameZilla to refrag you. Most likely a lot of time will pass before he gets into his position. You should let him play first.
Right back into Lewis getting first bloods. I mean, we've been praising GameZilla, but Lewis has been no slouch either. Oh, left and right, ESC are getting picked apart. Every single front, 4 different positions for ESC, every single one of them. All 4 players splat onto the ground. And I think it's safe to say an ace clutch is far from reality.
That is mental. What a round to respond back that is. I mean, think about how funny that entire round is. Your short player insta-buys a glass cannon, goes middle. That top mid smoke is not it. You leave him a massive gap. You just cross full blinded. You get killed. And then a couple of AKs fighting Deagles, losing the fights. 1 deek after 1 deek. It just describes this entire game for ESC so well, this one round. There's something mental about the rounds that Mixer winning, but I love it. In a very odd, perverted way, I love it. They're failing utility again. No,
yeah,
okay,
the timings are off as well.
It was just that the jungle smoke was much quicker because it was the same person throwing them. I did get a jump scare for a second.
Reiko has been one of the ones that has been kicking and screaming his way through this game, hoping he can unlock another one for his team before the end of this half. By the time he gets a chance to re-swing, everything's done. All teammates gone, par Sammy, who, as you said, had the bomb and was going B.
That's not an eco round, boys. I don't really know what the case was. Did they forget the bomb was there, or was the idea really that Sammy should have planted on B? Or are they gonna try to, you know, throw the smokes, fight for con, go jungle towards B and just play with him? I don't know. Sammy will give this 1v4 a bash, but it won't really work out. And it's Lewis to put him 6 feet under. 8 rounds after the first half on Mirage. And that is in favor of Mix. It's been a T-sided series so far. Finally, one team getting an 8-4 CT. Will that be enough? Can they keep it going with the pistol rounds? That's the big question. ESC might be going out from the LORGAR rankings close qualifier. Not in the play-ins, but in the group stage. The second highest seed of this entire qualifier. They've lost to Inner Circle Academy. And now they might be losing to Mix.
Ain't that crazy?
Just a
I mean,
tad
that's
bit.
why we have these qualifiers, right? And you can't say that it's off the back of a best of one, you know, single elimination qualifier bracket. Those were brutal. And I remember when we had way more of those than we do now. But when a team is able to do something like this consistently, you know, that's pretty damn cool. Shows there's some depth to the Counter-Strike ecosystem.
Yeah. And another reminder, this is just the first best of 3 that we have on the program today for all of you at home. We've got another one coming right after this, and it's going to be another deciding matchup in Group A that time around. It's going to be the Rottweilers taking on Diamant, which is a rematch, a game that we've already seen in the group stage, and a game that the Bulgarians did win in the 2-0 fashion. Pretty cleanly the first time as well.
Ted? Yeah.
Well, completely unbiased opinion, I'd say yes. They
Fair
are
enough.
playing
Yeah,
playing without
not...
Harn. They're playing with a different Oper. They're playing with a Romanian Oper that goes by the name of Shin. So essentially Bulgarians communicating in English. I'm not sure how much of a good call that is. So there's a lot of things to unpack there as well.
Okay. Fair enough.
But we're still here. Still on Mirage, baby. D side for Mix and Samey with a good opener in towards middle. Trippy's out of the round. Bebop still coming up. Flash is going high. Can they hold on?
Wymie also able to find a couple of his own. Maybe the USP is where he's comfortable, and we've been asking for ESC to show us a little bit more on these pistol rounds. And here we go. Triple for Wymie, and the rest arrive to the scene quickly enough. That's a clean pistol.
Yeah, it's probably a moment of relief, especially knowing that you'll get to control the money game. The Tees will probably not be in a position to go for a force buy, so you get a double to start it off in terms of the round count. As you said, some good shots coming out of Wymie as well. Olymp and Samey helping out. You're still far from seeing the same individual performances that you'd probably expect out of ESC, same as on map 1. Olymp's having a bit of a slower one. Moonwalk has really slowed it down in comparison to Enshin. Reiko's the only consistent performer.
Oh, what happened there?
Knife out. It was biased. Boys.
Yeah, bad timing on it.
Boys, what is going on? They've gotten a bomb plant.
That's not bad. 2 picks as well.
It's
I'd
fantastic.
call that a dub.
Yeah, you never get your knife out in front of a smoke when you're playing an anti-eco. It's a rule. Never do that.
You get what he was trying to do, tuck himself into the corner quicker, but yeah, the timing was way off.
Yeah, thankfully it doesn't lead to them dropping the round, that 1 kill. It did allow the Tees to get a bomb plant though, so they will be pretty happy about it. As on the purchase, you've got full utility on everyone, bar Gamezilla, who's probably doing something a little bit quicker. He just knows he doesn't need the smoke. He does have the money to buy it if he did need it.
A couple of darkroom gamers out here as well, Ted. I know you're not too big of a fan. Neither am I, to be fair. That's all right. First 2 for Mix, though, as soon as they get Kalashnikovs available to them. They make them work. They make them sing. Let's see if they can finish this concerto. Finally breaking the tempo just a little bit.
They might misread this into being an ace stack, because Samey's the Oper, or the guy that plays around, you know, middle, jungle, even when he doesn't have the big green. And Wymie, who's a B player, got the Q in window. So you might think Samey was somewhere on A side, alongside Moonwalk.
That smoke's going to delay them just a little bit as well.
It's a very good bait, because he's making steps on the left-hand side for the Tees. They might not be looking at car. They might just walk through the smoke.
They still have the utility to send his way. Dementa gets caught without a single... instance of trade. Lewis, that is humongous. And Buy sticks around for a little while, but it's left Moonwalk to his lonesome, and he's a little bit further away. This bomb can go down.
Big moment to step up. 2 kills only for Moonwalk so far. That would definitely make up for all of it, though.
Let's see if he can find the first one. The answer is yes. A resounding one at that.
Seen him.
And I think he might have just spotted the cross. The headshot lands! Moonwalk! What a comeback! Showing he really wants this. A bit of BM by the end, and a 7th now for ESC to keep him in the game.
He just doubled his kill count right there and then. What a big play out of Moonwalk. He was one of the most difficult ones to deal with on Ancient. Had a very slow start on Mirage, a very underwhelming performance, but this is such an impactful moment to step up. That was a 5 versus 3 that they steal away, or a 3v5 from the perspective of the Pulse. Lovely shooting coming out of Lewis, coming out of View. And what a 1v2. First fight, View just provides it to him, and the second, Gamezilla unable to hide and tuck in. Going out A.
Okay. Keep it going.
Is he going now?
Keep it going! He's not moonwalking, he's walking on the moon. On cloud 9, Jesus, ESC. Yeah, they found a way to awaken the beast, because Moonwalk, I don't know, man. Something has just happened the past 2 rounds.
That's the worst case scenario, by the way. You had 1, 2, and 12 anchor on the CT side for ESC, and now this 2 and 12 anchor is first clutched up a 1 versus 2 in such an impactful moment, and then you've just decided on a full buy to run at him, and he's killed 3 of you. This is Moonwalk right back at it. He's not even the bottom fragger anymore. They're getting warm ESC, and we all know what that means. Ooh. Big issues.
Yeah, but never without the issues on their end either, though. A couple of mistakes and already equilibrium, and a couple of rifles potentially found. Lewis loses his AK. ESC back on pole, but questions being asked around Olim's position. Keen to answer quickly. Now, what do you do if you're Mix, right? You've got 1 minute and 10 to work with, but no space, no weapons, no U2. You need a gift, and they've just been giving it a blink, and you miss it. Now they're the ones in charge.
Is Buy saving?
He's got to.
I mean, it's a 1v2, you know, both of them are 50 HP. He's
going, got cash.
He might get the kill onto... No, Gamezilla's tucked in. He's not going to see him. Unless Gamezilla just peeks. He needs to save.
No way.
This is impossible to win. It's already... The bomb is already halfway ticked.
No,
you're not winning this.
He's running for it.
He's got a kid in the smoke.
Yeah, but...
Oh, no. There's no way.
Nah. You can't find the bomb to defuse either to fake it. Just try to be down with him. Gets the pick, but life lost. What on earth did just happen, Mix? They just stole the show.
They just go 1Ds. I mean, the Gamezilla one is one that I understand. The short player, I mean, again, the short player is just running in, which is a little bit weird. But then the bomb carrier just walks through the connector smoke in 1Ds the jungle player. This is one that we didn't get to see in real time, but it's just so weird that they're winning these fights. It just feels like ESC have lost so many impossible situations to lose over the course of the last 2 maps. So much magic going in favor of Mix. So many miraculous rounds. You have to wonder, can ESC win this game? Even if they tried. Feels like the universe is going against them.
What next? You can tell ESC are playing a lot further back this time around. Molly not reaching Olymp here. Miami losing his life and asking Olymp to do it by himself, but unable to convert. Means that Mix finds side control. One-on-one on the AWPs, and it's Viv that comes out on top there for Mix. knocking on the door of double digits. It's looking like a clean one to get them there at that.
And now you're looking at an ESC team that is getting outskilled. Pace has been upped. Mix playing with a lot more confidence. Lewis just running at them, winning fights. Viv out-oping Samey. Gamezilla getting exit kills. No one holding on. Money's out 10 rounds. Looking at 11 potentially. And with another opening kill going in favor of ESC. Look at the sequences. The timing on the flash as well from Lewis in towards Kitchen. Everything's just falling into place right now for Mix. And just for reference, again, second highest seed in this entire qualifier is about to lose right now. About to lose to the side of Mix. And this is not disrespectful at all, but the last time Mix KS won 2 best of 3s in a row under this name, this banner, was the XP Game Fest 2024. So, yeah, they've been playing together under this name since February, the start of February. They've played a bunch of best of 3s. This will be the first time they've won back-to-back ones. Before that, they were playing under Cubics? No, it was actually Mix. No, Viv joined at the start of January. So, yeah, it's a new 5-man lineup. Some of them were playing on Mana, some of them were playing on KS, but this is the first time this group of 5 will have 2 consecutive best of 3s converted.
CZ Gaming not the solution here. And Mix are flirting with a series win. Okay, this has become incredible. Look, we knew that there was potential here for Mix KS since the start of the series. They were causing trouble for ESC all series long, and you know, winning Dust 2 should have been an even bigger indication that things can go awry for ESC. But this is worst case scenario. You join tournaments here to rank your to boost your standings in the VRS scene, but this has done the exact opposite. Unless they've got something to say about it, it all begins here. 2 picks to boot. Olymp could get a 3rd. Dementor's scared of this, but somehow you get the sense that the round's not over, especially with that HE kill.
It's still going. So many opportunities, though, they've had so far, ESC, and man advantage situations. You gotta feel like it's all losable, especially with Reiko being on an island. There was no way for him to get out of dodge. Held by the Oper, held by the rifle. He needed help from his teammates, but no one really wanted to make a move. They don't really have the util. Oper might actually just hard clear the con player.
Moonwalker's gone all the way out of Palace. There is absolutely no need for Samey to move out of that position.
If he does get hard cleared, he's dead. That's the big question. Does the Oper look towards the left-hand side? One wrong jiggle. It's just a matter of timing. He will get hard cleared.
Oh, the timing! At least it's a 1-on-1. It could have gone way worse than that, but a 2v2, that is still a big issue. You know where one of the players are.
The
and
bomb's
Moonwalk
going
is
back.
talking right back to Palace. You're right, the bomb is right under their noses.
This is such a cool call, by the way, because now they think it's 8, and the Palace player is not making a move. Moonwalk is waiting. Oh, is Bammy thinking about it? He's
so
missed
smart.
him.
But they also
got
missed
the timing.
It goes both ways. Spotted. Dementor wins it. And now Moonwalk realizes it. It's all up to him. He's won a clutch on that B site. A 1v2 just like this before. But needs to back it up. And this time, not a rifle in his hands, just a mere MP9. Distances do not favor him. And Dementor has created a giant gap. Oh boy, the stress levels are high. But Mix collect it, albeit going down in numbers by 2 at the very start.
They're just very composed in this round. So composed. They knew they had Reiko on a timer. They could just wait. Just be patient about it. It's another 5 versus 3. Both under players go down. Olymp, Reiko. So many 5v3, so many situations like these. ESC, they've just not been able to convert An opening kill to save their lives, and now they need 4 in a row just to stay alive.
Very familiar situation they find themselves in, but one where they need to step up right here, right now. Rifles are chiming. They are singing. They are mowing everybody down, but Sammy with an opportunity here to double down, and he does have Bimey's assistance in short. This is not over. Dementor, though, with that molly, could take the one down and leave it against 2. An entirely possible situation if he's able to retrieve the C4.
Olympus coming in from T-spawn, though. He's going to be fairly quick with it, but Dementor is not rushing to go for the bomb plant. I actually like this. You slow it down a little bit. The moment no peaks come your way, you can work around with the map. Got a lot of time.
Are the ones that need to ask the question now.
Oh my goodness.
There goes the one. Surely you must know the other player is near spawn proximity. Palace, he's got 55 seconds, all the time in the world. No.
Oh my god.
No! Bimey doesn't connect! Both players with the info. Dementor's got 40 seconds to just play with. He can chill and he knows it. Bimey returns back to Con. And this time with a rifle in his hands, hoping he has better luck with this one. Dementor, do you consider Con being a position? Checking CT, checking Palace, but does this come to a surprise?
He's walked away. This is massive.
Safety found into Tetris. And Bimey walks the walk. But is it a plank? And will he find himself splashing into the seas instead? No! Bimey's the shark! And snatches this one off. They have another opportunity to stay in the game.
Even has enough time to go to retrieve the AWP. He's got a defuse kit as well. That was so close. Played to perfection by Dementor. Overcomplicated a little bit. Time was running out. Planted for default, so he needed to keep the jiggles going. He needed to win the fight before the CT crosses towards the back of the bomb site, and you can see Olim's reaction to this one. No one's happy right now. It's so tense on the server. This one goes down to the wire. First round ESC have picked up in 5. And they need 3 more now. They do lose 4 players, though. So money is not fantastic. They will have the rifles. 1 player downgraded to an MP9. That's going to be Moonwalk. But still, plenty of cash for Mix. Again, the double push under. Without
this
flash,
anticipated.
they just swing.
Oh my goodness. Mix prepared. And cutting corners is not what you need here. Not at this critical point. And Mix have not dropped too many situations where they've had such a substantial lead in the round. The B-side is there. No one to defend it. Full ground gain and due diligence taken. Mix, KS, something that many thought wouldn't be possible, are the ones to move on, eliminate ESC from the tourney, and show us that Kosovian Counter-Strike is well and truly here to stay.
Yeah, it is alive, and it's a massive result for these guys, for GameZilla, for Lewis, who, again, as we said just a couple months ago, was just streaming, right? Just playing pugs, and now he's playing professional CS, and he's beaten a top 100 team. This is a big result for Mixed Kayas. The fact that they make it all the way into the play-ins, the fact that they deal with ESC, who are supposed to be one of the teams to qualify for the LAN, in all seriousness, this is definitely a result that they will remember for a long time, and a performance to remember as well for GameZilla.
Oh, it's nuts. It's nuts. It really is. I mean, we were singing GameZilla's praises when it came to his performance. It didn't really reflect on the stats in the first couple of maps, but now it definitely does, leading the chart all the way. Oh, Ted, you know, you've got to scratch your heads, but I feel like instead of looking at ESC dropping the ball in some of the moments, is the capability of Mix being able to pick up where their opponents left off, right? You know, being able to punish so often and so frequently.
I think it's an amalgamation of the two, right? One team that has these names, but in reality has not really been able to deliver, and the bad results just keep getting worse and worse. There's a lack of, I guess, floor to this team of VSC. It feels like the ceiling is pretty high, but they can basically lose to anyone on a bad day. And then in the same time, everything working out for Mix. And as we said, Gamezilla, he was excellent when it came down to the calling, when he came down to the fragging, to the clutching. So many situations where they would start in the 3v5 and a 2v4 and a 4v5, and they would always find their way back, work their way back into the round. So yeah, if anything, Mix did show that they're a difficult team to put down. Played a very close map 1 as well, where they had a 3-9 start on the first half, but they were able to fight back. 3 very close maps, very tight ones, but all in all, I feel like across the series, Mix was the one team that was capitalizing a lot more efficiently on the mistakes of their opponents.
Yeah, this puts an end to Group B. As we see 2 teams make it through. Inner Circle Academy were the ones to beat ESC again in a close best of 3 earlier this tournament, and Mix KS taking that final spot. So Group B is the first group to be concluded in LORGAR rankings in this particular season of it as well. So look, Ted, we've got more groups to go through, particularly Group A later on today here. We've got one more match awaiting between Rottweilers and Diamant Esports. Another interesting one, as KOLESIE is the one to take charge here, being the first team to make it through from Group A. Oh man, if it lives up to an inch of what we just saw from this match, I feel like we're in for a treat.
No, we absolutely are, right? And I just want to touch upon that initial conversation first. It's not like it's absolutely crazy that Mix is a team to make it into the play-ins, right? Because they do have a lot of reputable names, people that have been playing for a long time, and they have some skilled players. It's just the fact that ESC was not supposed to go out of this group, right? If at the start of this close qualifier you told me that Inner Circle Academy and Mix guys would be the 2 teams to make it out and ESC would just lose to both of them, I'd say you're probably crazy. They definitely take one of the spots, and then it's between Mix and Inner Circle Academy for the second spot. But yeah, Group B, definitely a very, very interesting one. I do feel like we're not going to get the same amount of surprise out of the result in Group A, but I guess there is a little bit of time for that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll wait and see how that one goes, folks. I guess by then you've got time to get a drink, maybe grab a snack, but we'll be back shortly for game number 2 of the day. Hello everybody and welcome back to the LORGAR rankings brought to you by StarLadder. It's trying to get going for the second series of the day, and this is looking at Group A, where we've already seen these two teams compete against each other in the first round of competition, but fate has brought them back together, and this one is to making it into that next stage. Losing and you're out.
Yeah, pretty much the same story as the first game we had going on today. That was over in Group B. Now we're rolling it back. We like doing things in reverse sometimes. So we're starting with B. Now we're moving into A. And we've got a rematch. We've actually have a game planned out that we've already seen in the group stage. And that was the Rottweilers taking on Diamant. A game that Rottweilers won in a 2-0 fashion already. Obviously in a bit of a different lineup. You've got Raf to rest our ships and Rifler coming out of Bulgaria. And then you've got Shun, who is a Romanian Oper playing instead of Harn.
Yeah, that's got to change things on the language department as well. Bulgarians will have to communicate in English to make that one work. So I wonder how this changes things, although it was quite a dominant win from Rottweilers. So Diamond have got a lot on their hands to do. The Slovenian squad now looking to see if they can take vengeance. Look, I feel like for Diamond, it's always going to be hard coming into a tournament like this, right? You've got a lot of players that, you know, have got a limited knowledge of this tier 2 space. And, you know, there's still a lot to prove from them, right?
No, there definitely is. I mean, a lot of, I guess you could say, unknown names on this lineup, right? You've got Uni, who's the IGO. You've got Jixi with Diop, and then you've got, you know, I think Libra and Distro are supposed to be the star players, and then you have Journey, who's a bit of a soldier type of guy, but. Yeah, a lot of guys that don't really have a lot of experience on the highest level. I feel like not the most familiar we are with the team of Diamond, but that's why they're interesting to watch.
Okay, Nuke being picked up straight away from Rottweilers. Last time their pick was Dust 2, but looks like they're switching things up a little bit here as we get into this veto. Now let's see if Diamond go for Ancient. That's very much open like it was last time at this phase of the veto. Usually
you mean the Rottweilers?
Yeah, sorry, the Rottweilers. Yeah, absolutely. I switched those two around. It was Rottweilers picking up Dust 2, this time going for Mirage, and Nuke being the pick instead of Ancient. Yeah, for some reason I mixed those up. I think I saw the logos underneath next to the CT. That's why my brain went straight away. I saw Doggy. Yeah, that's Rottweilers. Yeah. Yeah, you get what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely. They do decide to switch it up. Diamond, which I like, instead of the Ancient, as you pointed out last time around, they do decide to pivot around towards a Nuke. Obviously, Ancient didn't quite work out for them last time, and I feel like knowing that they're playing against the mix now with a different Oper as well, it probably makes a little bit of sense to try and go for a map that is not, you know, as puggy as Ancient could be for a lot of these Bulgarians on the other side and the Romanian Oper. Mirage, I don't think there is a lot of discussion to be had, and we are actually going to see the Ancient as a third and final map if need be, that is. So I think we're getting a very exciting veto. I feel like if you're Diamond, you're probably hoping that the Nuke is going to go your way, right? Because last time around when they played against each other, it was quite obvious that people like Ships, like Red Star, like Raf2 individually was just were just a little bit better. Also, there was an asterisk for Diamond. They did have Keep Up play on map 1, and Jixi, who's the Oper, did join in on map 2. So they did have 6 different players playing in the series against the Rottweilers last time around. I think technical issues were the reason behind all of this. So technically they did have that big handicap to their performance, hoping for maybe a more normal, maybe a more steady ship going into today's matchup.
Yeah, a bit of uncharted territory though heading into Nuke, everybody, as Diamond have not seemed to have played this in an official setting for quite some time, as you can see on your screens. Even though it looks like we're in game, we have not quite gotten into that stage. Yes, yeah, that's just the warm-up. Yeah. Round 0 and everybody having rifles. That doesn't look right, does it? So yeah, we're just waiting for the game to start up and head along our way. But here, Ted, let's talk about positives for Diamond, right? We're talking a little about the kind of the unknown entity, but there are some little bips and bobs that stand out in general, right? And I feel like one of those is Libra. And even though I haven't seen him play, his stats seem pretty damn good. You know, there are some impressive standout moments he's had in the past few matches.
I mean, bar the fact that obviously they did play with a stand-in in the first game, and the stand-in was Keepup, who is the coach as well, at least listed per HLTV. I think we were able to actually get a pretty decent idea on who the players to be looking out for are. And as you said, Libra is probably the guy to be looking for. You're looking at around 20% attempts on the T sides on the opener. So as we said, Journey and Distro are probably the two guys that are running in first, opening up the space, allowing Libra to play more in towards the mid round, towards the late round, play on a bit of a refrag. CT side wise, you are seeing again very much a lot of initiative being taken by Distro, who's sitting at around 27%. The Oper of Jixi is actually very proactive on the CT side, and then you've got Libra being that secondary star role, the one that chooses a lot of fights but plays a lot on refrag, doesn't really go and sacrifice himself as much, doesn't do the wild moves, but is the guy that is the X factor, the one that is getting set up to do the multi kills. So there definitely is a little bit of history in there. It's a team that started their started the year with a very big success, actually making it into ESEA Advanced because they were stuck for a little while in main for around a year maybe. And I did get a bit of a heads up from Sermon, bless him. Shout out Sermon, our colleague, because he is Slovenian. He did tell me that this team has been together for a year and a half, the 5-man lineup. So they've been putting a lot of work apparently on the server. Obviously the coach did arrive a little bit later on, but these guys have been together for a while. They've been playing Team Counter-Strike, trying to be a functional team, trying to build towards something. So we are getting a little bit of a discrepancy in approach and history between the two teams.
Look, and I think Diamond have been around in the space in esports for a while across different titles, you know, trying to build experiences and actually building up some decent rosters along the way. So Counter-Strike looking like their next big target, and I don't mind it, right? I feel like Counter-Strike is one of the areas where you can move a roster from, you know, grassroots into potentially the tier 2 scene, and maybe even beyond that if you find the right talent. You know, it's one of the most open scenes you can get. So I'm really glad they've made this venture. But you're right, having that experience, growing alongside these players, even though, you know, once you get into that deeper level, getting a little bit more competitive, it may not remain this way. But it's a good environment to learn, right? And, you know, trying to grow the local Slovenian scene alongside with it as well.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's I did a little bit of digging on the organization because, again, they've been together for a long time. Per HOTV, Journey actually joined the team like 1 year and 8 months ago, but they've only played 13 maps since, right? Even though they've been a team for such a long time, they've not played a lot of they've not played a lot of HOTV games. The first ones that they did play were at the A1 Adria League Season 15, which was towards the start of December of 2025, and they won one game, they lost the other one, they finished 3rd place. Then they played a Draculan at the start of 2026, the one in late February. They beat AIM Club, but then they lost to Nexus and AIM Club as well. And this is the 3rd tournament that they're playing on HLTV. So it's actually quite a big step in the right direction for these guys. I would want to say that for me, the ultimate test for them is, do you have the skill? Maybe you can play as a team. Maybe you're going to be more structured. Can you go toe-to-toe with some of the individuals on the side of the Rottweilers and actually come out on top? Now, this is where the serious conversation lies, because there's a couple of people that I would say are pretty mechanically skilled on the side of the Bulgarians.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one goes. I see the timer ticking down slowly but surely on the screen, so I'm pretty sure we're jumping into the action. That's exactly what's going to happen. Rottweilers versus Diamond, Bulgaria versus Romania, essentially, with a Romanian in the mix of the Rottweilers. Let's see how this one goes. A rematch where Rottweilers last time were the victors in a 2-0 fashion, but it's a different map pool this time around. Maybe the outcome is different as well.
Yeah, Red Star already hearing a bunch of steps. Rafter will get gooshed up. Fight comes in. He's looking for the config player. Red Star able to get 1, 2, 3. What is going on? Oh,
I don't think Red Star knows what happened there. He was able to find one backstab and then turn around and instantly tap onto 2 different players' heads. That's ridiculous.
Excuse you? That came out of nowhere. He's
No,
even gonna
don't
get a 4-piece.
excuse him. He's on for a quad piece. That's crazy. Well, how about that for a confidence booster at the start of the series?
He's just chewing something. Look at how chill he is. He's like, yeah, I just did that.
Just chewing gum.
Casual. Yeah, Pavlos, remember the point I was bringing about individual skill? Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's it's a very good example of it.
It's crazy that he turns 180. The first bullet not only lands on a target, but the second one hits a headshot as well. How about that for accuracy? I think someone's warmed up already. Okay, on to the next one. This one looks like a rush onto the A site. Rifler unable to convert onto more than just the one plant opportunity. Rifles picked up. Ships now is the linchpin in the round. You don't find more than one here, and I'm afraid this round could be difficult. Red Star on the low HP margins.
Ooh.
Could go awry. At least the bomb hasn't gone down yet. Diamond don't feel secure enough to go for something like this. Ships gets caught, and now it's all down to Red Star. 5 kills to his name.
Weird.
He's going to have to make it 7 to make it work.
They're still tapping the bomb. They're not committing to the bomb plant.
This is so odd. Finally committing. And that's when Resta swings, and still the bomb hasn't gone down. Resta can go all the way around, and his opponent won't have a clue.
He's going B already.
Oh my word.
He's just read him like a book. He's already down the ramp. He's going to catch him on the cross.
Journey's playing checkers, Red Star's playing 4D chess. This is ridiculous. A 4-piece in round number 1 and a complete obliteration on the consecutive.
I mean, look at the smile on the face of Rifler. And then Red Star's just sat there being like, yeah, I know exactly what you're doing, man. It's not really a surprise. I mean, fair play to Diamond. They made this round very close. It was too close for comfort, that's for sure. But Red Star's had a phenomenal start to this map. The 4-piece in the pistol, a triple kill, 1v2 clutch on low HP in the second, and he's not reacting at all.
No, it's the equivalent of cool guys don't look at explosions.
Yeah. Ooh.
That actually could be big, but instead, Ships gets caught.
Misjudged the timing, big time.
Oh boy, the previous round must hurt a little bit for Diamond, but
they've sent 3 players down secret. This is such a massive play of over rotation here from the Bulgarians. First one gets killed. He needs to go maximum damage.
They don't have the info though. They only know there's only one player around here. Oh god, that is a struggle. Now they finally figure out there's more than one.
Bomb drop.
AK upgrades for the Bulgarians as well. Destro keeps that one for Diamond. And Rifle is the only one without a rifle. The thing is, bomb needs to be retrieved and Diamond is spooked. What does Rifle do here?
It's such a terrifying round if you're on the T side. Because you're waiting for him to make a move, right? You're waiting for him to give you something. You will eventually have to pick up the bomb. He can just choose a position and just wait for you. This is nasty.
This is perfect. Because they either go A or they go through vents. Both involve you pushing in that position. He's good for the one, but a bit too much to ask for. But boy, if Diamant would have dropped that one, Rottweilers would have been in their heads for the rest of the game.
Wow, and you know what? They deserve to finally pick up a round. It's a crazy call what is going on here. Triple push, up secret, good work out of Distro. Double kill out of the top of Silo, shutting down RAF2 as well, and that was so doable for the youngster. Rifler, most unexperienced player on the server, I guess you could say. A 20-year-old Bulgarian, a streamer as well. Got picked up and scouted by Red Star himself around a month ago.
Had a few streamers today, haven't we?
Yeah, Lewis, Rifler. You know, Red Star told me something very interesting because I was trying to do a little bit of research onto who Rifler was. He did say he believes that Rifler's got a very high level mechanical ability. He literally told me he could shoot and move mechanically like Dong does, but he lacks a lot of knowledge and in-game IQ, you know, the experience part of it. So they do believe in him. when it comes down to the individual skill. Obviously, it's someone that is far from being on the level where we're going to see that experience come to play. We're not going to see the cleanest type of Counter-Strike, but in terms of pure mechanics, an exciting prospect.
But this should be back. Oh no, to the pistols for Rottweilers. Giving an opportunity for Diamant to get ahead. Look, Ted, I feel like Diamant, they've never had a bad start to a round, apart the first round, the pistols.
I mean, even at the pistols, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a bad start, because they did get an opening. Restar just annihilated them after that.
Sure.
But yeah, they've looked good on that T side. I mean, you remove that clutch and the 4-piece out of Red Star, they probably would have been 4-0 up. It's been a good game so far. Pretty disciplined, pretty united.
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Bit comedic. Accounting for 2 picks. That's just about it. Another darkroom gamer. Type I in chat if you're a darkroom gamer.
Yeah. I hope you're not, guys. It's not really good for the eyes. Are you a darkroom gamer? I wouldn't imagine that you're a darkroom gamer. No. Yeah, me neither.
Sometimes
I've never been one.
Vibe, but I wouldn't do it for a long time. You know?
The last time I did it, I think I was like 19. Sure. Or like 18. And I did it for a couple of days, and it was a vibe, but then my eyes hurt so much after that. I was like, I don't really need this. And I was falling asleep a lot easier while playing. I was getting very tired. All right. Spam galore. Yeah. It's not even the outside player. Ships is the outside player, but it was Restar to go and spam.
Which begs the question for Diamant. Is this clear? Is there more players lurking around? Secret cross successful for 2. Ooh, I think Ship spotted out a pixel, but Libra has seen the same. 4 for 3, albeit Libra's low health, and B-site looking more and more like the possibility here. You've got no one on that lower level if you're Rottweilers right now.
Yeah, you can't really rotate in a potent way either, right? Going down the vent feels like too big of a risk. You don't have anyone in towards the ramp. You need to go around the world in towards Secret, Rifler, and Raftu. Not really in a position to help towards the lower bomb site.
Thing is, Diamond have been so slow with this. They've given Rottweilers an opportunity to rotate. Oof, that hurts. Connecting through the wall, a headshot, and still not getting the pick.
He dinked him for 8 damage with an AK through the wall.
Crazy. That's probably like 2 cinder blocks. That bullet had to go through and lose all that damage.
Still doable. No kid though. You gotta go fast.
Like Sonic.
Oh, okay.
Well, Journey's probably wondering, do I stay around? That's not the target he was looking for. Oh, and Rifle is able to get his head up from typing in digits and trying to screw out wires and stuff. 3 for 3 now. Boy, that got close.
Yeah, this was Raftu was just able to spot the gap in the door. That was a 1-tap the other side. Some very good shots coming out of both teams, by the way. This is I guess a little bit exciting at the start of it. There's a spot. I guess the X-ray did make it a little bit more difficult for us to realize there was actually a gap in the door. I thought it was a straight up wallbang initially. Or maybe that's because of those 3 nights that I have played in a dark room, and I just couldn't see. Maybe I'm going blind.
Maybe. You probably are, man. But I can't make the old joke because I am older than you.
Yeah, you are. But I do look older than you.
Yeah. You're just a bit more Balkan than I am.
Oh. And by that, just understand, a little bit more bald. And a bit more beard. That's pretty much what there is to it. It is a skill to look like you've lived a hard life even if you haven't.
Skill? No.
Right.
A trait? Maybe. Hey,
no ramp presence again. The CTs have been letting go of ramp in a lot of these rounds, and this is the first time that Diamond have actually just walked out for free and realized that Shun will start going back. He needs to be very careful about this. He needs to realize this is a possibility, and he does. This is good. They have a player down the B-bomb side. It's going to be Red Star. He's in secret, so it's not going to be the slowest reaction ever, and they know they can go down the vent. 25 seconds. Got to start making noise.
Wins them with first 1v1 and the second.
Massive.
Barely standing, but he's done his job. Being alive and well and able to shoot the gun is more than enough. Ships knows he's got to interrupt it. Unable to convert on it, though, means that Diamond are getting away with this one. Restart and shouldn't have got no business of sticking around.
That's such a big round out of Libra. It's so weird, the entire dynamic of the round, how there was no fights up until the last 20 seconds of it, and then Libra just goes huge in towards lobby, very patient. Able to get both these kills, and I guess then Ships, a little bit unfortunate to not be able to deny that bomb plant. I'm not sure if they would have had time. I think they would have to actually pick up the bomb and go for it again. They will try and take Shun down. First takes the kill. That's the ope. Gotta be careful. You don't want to be giving away an open. Jixi will back off. It's been a big performance out of Libra. We were praising him before the start of the game. He's 11-6 right now, doing a very good job on some of these lurks, aggressive lurks. At times. Not this time around, of course, but still a good kill.
So, into the breach again, my dear friends.
Not really. The team is dead now, but...
Mean.
Lobby crunch?
When are you going to pull the trigger?
Weird.
Yeah, right? What is going on?
They know he's inside the smoke. Raptor was bumping heads with him. That was an eco round, boys. They just lobby crunched on an eco round and they're winning it.
Roll the tapes. Roll the tapes. I need to see that one again. Or maybe I don't. Maybe we can forget about it.
I think Diamond definitely wants to forget about it. This is, don't get me wrong, this is already a very good T side for them. So no matter what happens until the end of it, but they have one M4, a bunch of MP9s, some pistols, and they make it work. The M4 does God's work. Shun to open it up, Restar picks it up and finds another one. Rapstu starts with a USP, ends up with an AK and a double kill. A scrappy game of Counter-Strike, that's what that is.
Yeah, he's pulling someone through his smoke and then not pulling the trigger. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Let's just walk past it.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird.
Maybe looking at the minimap, maybe, I don't know. Anything could have happened. Either way, on to the next one. A big round for Rottweilers to win, though.
Ooh.
Shouldn't get shut down, and Red Star having to do a lot to keep his life there. But the presence on this A site is humongous from the Bulgarian team.
I have no clue how Distro doesn't get tagged down, by the way. That was such a cool bait, with Raftu going for the peak as Red Star hits the reload. They were anticipating the peak through the smoke. Distro, lucky man to walk away. And they have decided against going down the B bomb side. They will try and A-Rap, but look at how many players there are. They'll try and push in towards the lobby. Bomb dropped again.
Poor. Libra stays alive, though, crucially. Low in health. But steps need to be taken. 40 seconds, and Diamant still need to get the bomb.
Restar's so ready for this flank in towards heaven.
He's so aware. Junior didn't stand a chance, and Libra, I'm afraid you need to start waving the white flag. This round is out of the question. Both due to time and information and to HP. No way. Ships can just run away.
He's got time to plant.
He does have time to plant. Chips is running. Libra does not stop. Does not fall for the bait, but Ships pre-fires, and that is going to be enough. I feel Libra got way more than what he thought he could get.
Yeah, Ships was trying to call the bluff. That's a very calm play out of Libra, by the way. I am being impressed by the way that this young man has been playing the game so far. He made a very unwinnable situation seem very doable. He called the bluff of Ships. Didn't really crumble under the pressure. Another big round coming out of Red Star though for the CT side. Another triple, especially after the opener in towards Secret. There's the reaction. Red Star winning the fight. The re-aggression in towards lobby. The presence of mind to realize that the mini player was waiting for someone else. And Ships able to land the body shots towards the end. 5-4, still an expensive round, but no money left for the T side. And we're finally going to see the CTs catch a breath of fresh air. Of course, a friendly reminder that this entire tournament is presented by LORGAR. You can go and get yourselves hooked up with literally anything that you might need for a gaming session. Mics, lights, desks, chairs, keyboards, headsets, everything that you can think of.
Rough one though for Diamant this time. Just mere pistols.
Ships is opening.
That's fine.
Interesting. Yeah. Been a while.
That's a shadow. Double scope.
And a man.
Yeah, they know there's more going on here. Nice flash from Rich Ships. So Junie's able to find two. Wait a minute. Get another, and this gets dangerous. But losing his teammates here does put him between a rock and a hard place. Can imagine if he ended up with a third 1D. That'd be entertaining. But other than that, Rottweilers survive. 3 rifles strong. And a lead on its way to being created. I know this soundtrack all too well.
It is very epic.
Yeah,
I like
the thing
it.
is, I've used it a little bit too much in one of my documentaries.
Yeah.
And it was one of the scenes that required a lot of editing, so I know the song inside out, going back and forth with it. Yeah.
Sure. Does it take you back? Is it one of
does,
these?
mate.
Yeah.
It makes me want to start editing again. That was a good project.
Yeah, maybe edit something about the better game this time. Because I know that wasn't a Counter-Strike edit, Pablos, but I'm not here to expose you.
Fair point. Fair. Yeah.
It was a good edit, though.
Cheers.
Yeah, I remember it. Ships is opening again. And Red Star is pushing the lobby again. Finally tamed. Finally taken down. Rottweilers might actually run away with a decent CT side. But now they need to win a round without Red Star. And that's been an issue so far. Pretty much like Diamond winning a round without Libra. 15-9 for the Slovenian. 14-7 for his Bulgarian counterpart. One-man armies on both sides.
I think Ships was actually very close to that connecting. Double secret. Crunch. Triple, actually. Raftu on the receiving end. Let's see if he can delay this, cause any damage. Ships repositioned now into ramp. Raftu surviving, building a little longer, and Ships out into the open, gets caught. This is massive for Diamant. Shin also getting caught. And with that, Rifle is the only survivor for Rottweilers, but I'm afraid he may have to let this one go.
Yeah, I think that's a safe goal, especially if you don't get a kill early enough. And yeah, he doesn't really have a lot to do. AK picked up. Got to run for the hills. This is already looking like a very good T side. Another big kill out of Libra, but yeah, Ships being caught off guard with the open towards the ramp, not zoomed in. Raftu caught in transition, which I'm not sure was very necessary because Shun was still far away, right? If you want to move closer, you probably want the second player in towards double to be closer as well, so you can play off of each other. Raftu was caught in the middle of nowhere where one kill is wishful thinking, and he was able to get that, but he was never getting more. Sean unable to get anything. And Diamond, with some good spacing, a 5th round on the T side. And once again, last time those two played against each other, regardless of the stand-in situation and the coach being part of the team, it felt like there was a massive skill difference between the two teams. Now it doesn't really feel like it. Diamond looks like the better team on Nuke. 5 rounds on the T side already. Looking good enough to get this map over the line potentially. Even if the Rottweilers get 7, it still doesn't change the fact that Diamond are going to be very happy going into the second half.
Oh,
did the smoke fall in? Oh no. Yeah, the smoke is in there. They've lost it.
Oh dear. Chip's gonna hear pistol shots.
They have just one smoke outside. Look at that. There's no wall. There's no fake. There's nothing. Chips just has all the info either way.
It's like, what are those pistol shots all about? What's going on? Well, that's what's going on. Either way, ramp push coming in. They've adapted. They've overcame. They actually found a lot of space for themselves, but Raftu playing the patience game. You can hear commotion around him. Getting the better of Destro. Staying alive, though, is the name of the game. Waiting for Rifler to join in. Damage done. But Libra doubles up.
Low
HP bars for Diamond, but it doesn't seem to matter. Ships, you've got to go for this. It's the last round of the half. Let's see if you can make this one work.
This is such a tough one. They're all so low on HP, and he's got to play with a USP. He knows they've been tagged down.
Libra right above. He's just alerted his opponents of his position. HE does the work on one.
Oprah's missed.
More to be done. Smoke. I think he's going to attempt the ninja. No kit. It's going to have to be a long one.
No
Connects. HE break. Oh, Journey just in time. Able to convert on that one because it got dangerously close. Diamant able to equalize. What a brilliant T-side on Nuke.
That was a very good attempt, by the way, in the clutch. That initial HE was very creative, but yeah, Diamond played a very well-structured type of T-side. Good work coming out of the Oper on the opening. They find the gap very well in towards that B-bomb side. I'm still flabbergasted, by the way, that Raptor and Rifler didn't get a single kill, and by the way, that Shun didn't get a kill. Chips is probably equally disappointed that he was left in a 1 versus 3. But 6 rounds going into the CT side. Libra on 18 and 10. Journey as well now on 10 kills. This is looking very good for the Slovenians.
Rottweilers trying to change up the pace a little bit. Play this one aggressive from the get-go. Pistols fouled and dropped, but it doesn't even matter because Raftu's face is left onto the floor. Skinned.
Gotta run. Gotta go quick.
Oh my god, he's gotten away. Okay, at least the bomb will drop to the lower level. And it can be planted without too many issues. Libra down to 16 points of health. That's going to make their chances slimmer, but not entirely impossible. Both Rottweiler players fighting out on ramp.
Yeah, this is good. There's no smoke. There's no kit. This is going to be very difficult for Diamond. Bombs right in the middle of nowhere as well. Should be impossible.
Down to a Rottweiler's misplay, but doesn't seem they're in a position to make something like that happen. Very smart on the bomb positioning with the plants and players playing off of it after as well. Textbook from Rottweilers securing that 2v2 at the end.
Yeah, that was a good pistol coming out of Shun. It did get a little bit scrappy for a second, but it felt like Red Star, midway through all the commotion, all the kills that was going on towards the A-bombs, I realized that they could just jump down the vent. Big 1 kill found by Ships. And what do Diamond want to do here? They're not really pressed to go for a forest buy. They did get a bunch of kills in the pistol, but I actually like the lean back, play an eke around, get the guns out as soon as possible type of approach. You don't want to let the Rottweilers get up to 9 rounds before you get your first buy. And you can still land some zingers. See, that's a zinger. Yeah.
That's a zinger. You're right.
Yeah.
There's a crunch to it.
Come on, Libra.
Chicken free advertisement here.
There you go. I'm pretty sure Libra's always good for a kill. He's 21 and 12. I don't think I've seen him go down without getting at least 1 kill. He's an interesting player, he is. I like what I've seen. He's 23 though, so he started his professional career pretty young. I mean, 23 is not 32, obviously, but he did join Diamond around December of 2023. So that's 2.5 years ago. So when he was, what, like 21?
Oh. No! Oh!
God.
Sorry, I got spooked. There was no reason to get spooked, given that there were another couple of players, but...
I mean, it's a very expensive eco round. It is a very expensive eco round. These kills matter, right? You were playing a full-on eco with a Deagle, a Pit 250, and a bunch of USPs, and you got 3 kills. It's not bad at all.
Tech timeout?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder why. I think Destro may have disconnected.
Yeah, hopefully no further issues. Of course, in case you're just joining in, we can use that moment for a bit of a recap of what's happened so far and what will happen here in the close qualifier. Now, this is our second game of the day. This is day 5 of the LORGAR ranking season 1 close qualifier. 16 teams, 4 spots for a LAN event in Barcelona in Spain on the 25th and 26th of April. KOLESIE was the first team to make it out of Group A into the play-ins. We've got 4 groups of 4 teams each. 2 teams of each group make it into the play-ins, double elimination bracket, and in the play-ins, we find out which 4 teams actually make it into Barcelona, which is not the capital of Spain indeed, in case you thought about it. A common mistake that a lot of people make sometimes. KOLESIE were able to grab that number 1 spot out of Group A. Rottweilers and Diamond arguing for the number 2 spot into the play-ins. Inner Circle Academy and Mix KS went out of Group B in a good way. Went through Group B, actually. Group C and Group D are going to be the ones that we're going to be following throughout the next couple of days. We've got Group C starting on Wednesday, which is obviously going to see, I think tomorrow we've got just the one game, which is Unity and Quo 4. And then on Thursday, I think we've got 3 best of 3s, which is Basement Boys, Bondi, Astro, Dalu Young, and Hyperspirit Drama. So we've got 2 more groups coming up. Today concludes the first 2. A lot of Counter-Strike to be played out. And just like that, yeah, we're ready to get back.
Oh, thanks for the recap. Story time with Ted. TED Talk. Definitely not the name of your podcast.
I don't know what you're talking about. Go and check it out.
Okay. Fire round coming in for Diamond. They're not making their plans unseen, unheard, or quiet. Shen ends up with first blood of the chase onto JXKY. Diamond do have an answer back, and it's the likes of Destro and Libra to join forces in that. Ships amping up the pressure, though. This has been very fast-paced from Rottweilers. But they know where Libra is right now. They'll look to play around it, but with 1 minute on the clock, a decision has to be made. So spread apart. So spread apart. How do you join forces? Diamond, it's a little bit easier for them to keep 2 paired together. But the time is dwindling and no substantial movement is taking place from Rottweilers. Chip's looking to step away.
Going up heaven. He's heard the steps. He's being very vocal right now, Libra, and he's low on HP. Ships should be able to get that kill. 26 HP. He comes in. Instant headshot out of the USP, though. He's just so ready for him. They need to go for the bomb plant. 10 seconds.
Libra's 3-on-3 for kill contribution, 2 assists on the first 2, and now the pickup. Let's see how much more he could do. It may be on full, the full on 5. 3 picks, 2 assists, and that is going to be that for Diamant. A solid hold. Rottweilers wanted to switch things up, but a massive stop sign held by Libra.
All right. This is how the CT side campaign starts. At least they get a bomb plant on the T side, which is good enough. They can go for a half buy here. Raf to actually insta-bought an AK, and I think, oh, okay, they will go all in. Refunded, went back with it. Another massive round coming out of Libra, though. Check this out. Winning the fight against ships. Getting the refrag onto Rafto and even shutting down Red Star for the final one. Low on HP as well. Forced by Ramp Rush out of the T's.
Ooh, big nade. Humongous nade, but still first blood does go to Rottweilers. Instant drop into ramp. And they may actually be getting away with this one. Junie needs to hold a stand. Able to find one. But it's just that. As the bomb gets planted, Diamond needs scratching. He's scratching their heads. How do you really come back from this? You do have the util, but the picks need to go your way. Spray through the smoke. That's enough for Journey. Red Star hanging around. Molly doesn't land in the right spot. Extinguished by the smoke. Another smoke thrown for cover, but this could be a double-edged sword. Could end up working against them. Raftu, a very commanding position. But Red Star is the one that was lurking in the shadows all along. Rottweilers, it's a pissed around to get them on the board here on the T side. And what a round was that?
And he's even picked up a rifle. That was just picking up the pace, just going with a Hail Mary play. Let's test them out. Let's just run at them and see if they can keep up with it. And the answer, they couldn't. Now that's put the CT side economy in a very precarious position. One the Eagle, an MP9, a FAMAS double M4, low on util, no defuse kits. Potential reset at 7-10 down, so 7-11. And this one doesn't sell donuts.
It serves other holes, like bullets through skull holes.
Right? I was wondering where you were going with this one.
Yeah, I guess I can understand why you thought that was going.
No, it's just, you know,
yeah,
I think
okay.
I think it's more of a me issue.
You've got a teammate brain, Ted. It's okay.
Yeah, at times. I thought you were talking about a black hole, you know. Yeah.
No, that's
going with some astronomy.
Physics.
Yeah. It's both.
It is a bit of both, isn't it? I mean, physics is the science of everything, no? In a way.
It definitely is. They are losing to this. Force buy. Ships will get 1 deed by Libra, as we said. Always good for 124, 25, and 14. And Rifler, even getting tagged down through the smoke. He's not making his way out of here alive. First kill found. He knows where both these players are coming from. Careful now. He's got a couple bullets. He can pull this off. Rifler! What is that?
That might be the highlight of the tournament. Play that one on repeat. That was crazy. Rifler had no business winning that one. Staying calm, finding the headshots, using the smoke to his advantage. That was simply superb. His assassin instincts just took over.
Gosh. Well, that's a rude awakening. That was a very painful one. And look at the way that's reset the economy of the CT side as well. This could be where it all snowballs out of control, by the way. A 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 round like this. Don't get ecoed. Not now. They didn't hear the ladder. Raftu, okay. A little bit slow to react. These rounds are so close.
What's next, though? this could still be very close. Ooh, but only on the contingency that Journey could find that first headshot.
Rifler in the zone. Well, we'll get planted. And I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. I don't want to be the party pooper, but this is a double AK save for the win.
It's got to be, yeah.
Yeah, let them have number 11. You might not want to do it, but this feels like your only option. It's a little bit disappointing because I don't feel like Diamond have been playing bad Counter-Strike. I think this one round just turned things around in such a pivotal way. And Libra's having a phenomenal performance, so he's 25 and 15. Not a lot more he can do about it. This 4K out of Rifler, though, I definitely say one of the highlights of the tournament. Yeah, I think you're right. So far, that is for sure. And it could be definitive for the entire map. Now we're 2 rounds away. CTs will have enough to go for another reinvestment, but this is pretty much a do or die type of situation, and this is their map pick going forward. We've got a Mirage coming in from the doggy camps. Is that what I'm pretty sure that's not what a Rottweiler sounds like. More like a Chihuahua.
Surprised, actually, they could be.
It's like a Chihuahua.
No, Chihuahuas are yappy. Screamer dogs. Journey. Oh, okay. This is a walk in the park, though, for the Diamond side. The Slovenian Org having a say in the matter, not letting Rottweilers really run away with this.
Okay. Now it's all about keeping this one clean, boys. They tried an A-pop. You stopped it very well. Junie was able to get a kill. Journey got a kill. Jixie got a kill. Things are looking good. Just make sure you're not giving them too many kills as of right now. The only issue with this is that they do have a lot of time to work with, Rottweilers. And they do have, I guess, some money for the next round. I wouldn't even hate a save. Rafter can drop over an AK. I'm not sure if they can really utilize Red Star's position, because Rafter can't really do a lot on his own. Although, he does have a gap on a ramp. He can make a little bit of noise, and someone will rotate back to make sure he's not taking that space. That's going to be an oper. Red Star could try and get something. Nope. Bad timing.
Yeah.
Time to save.
Yeah, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. But Rafter's going to try and use his own spawn to take refuge in for now. But again, Ted, correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like every time that Rottweilers try to amp up the pace, play explosively from the very beginning of the round, it doesn't tend to go so well for them.
Yeah, I think it depends, obviously, because you had that ramp rush that did work out, right? It's just
true.
It's just the lack of depth when it comes down to the playbook, because this is not a functional team that's been together for such a long time. It's more of a mix of players that know each other but don't have, you know, definitive roles. They don't have a definitive person that's the IGL. It's most of the time Red Star ships and Harn, but Harn's not around now, so I'd say it's just them free balling and just being like, you know what, this is easier for us because we know the Utah, we can do some stuff and we're not going to have the depth, so we'd rather keep it simple and try and be explosive. I think this is what we're seeing, which especially on a map like Nuke is, I guess, to be expected.
So, here we go again. Diamant Esports have secured themselves a big green.
Yeah.
A couple of technologies for the Rottweilers. I feel like we're going to be seeing a little bit more of that punchiness from this round as well.
Yeah, double Tech 9 makes you feel that way, doesn't it? A lot of speed this time in towards outside. 0-5 go outside. If they don't get spotted, this could get very interesting. The nade will break the smoke, but no one gets seen.
Ooh.
Ships. First kill. Everyone else is still going down, and they've not been seen. It's not a bad round. Oh, Libra's got a... What?
Libra found 3. That's actually mad. They don't know that Ships is here, though. The commotion has left this position, and check this Joyo! Stop it!
How did Libra get a triple? What happened there? Did they just run knives out, or he was just at an angle they were not ready for, and they were full W? He just... I need to see a replay of this. But Libra saved him again. He's 28 and 16. How mental is that? His team is still losing, by the way. He's 28 and 16. This is one of the greatest single-player carries we've seen in a while in online Counter-Strike. Look at him. Someone help him.
I mean, still, the story's not done. Okay, we get the Libra angle. Guns weren't out on time. Didn't expect someone so close to the stairs. Or quite literally onto them. That'll do it. That'll do it. So, where we thought Rottweilers will be taking the ball by the horns, instead they're the ones showing a red cloak and head plant themselves into a wall. So, early doors in this one, Rottweilers. Poke and prod towards trophy ramp. Very much playing this one as a death ball, all of them bunched up together. Joint effort to potentially take up space on A. Although, joint, they will move, joint, they will fall. Mow down in a matter of seconds.
Nice quad kill out of Uni. He's had a bit of a slower game, a bit of a quiet showing. Get to amp up the pace. Money now solid for Diamond, so even if they lose one, they're not really in a threat of being reset. Here's the replay, and just saying again, Libra does get a kill. Pavlos, he gets his kill every single round, 29 and 16. Look at him go. He's going for the regulation 30 bomb.
Very high possibility. Ooh, not in this round though. Ships takes over for now. Looking to drop into vents, but at the same time taking A space. B is the final target. Diamond left rough in the woods. So that's going to be that. And sure, a couple of rounds it's Diamond's story, but Rottweilers doesn't take long for them to yap back.
They just now realized it's a B take, right? Jixi was getting ready to actually break the smoke with the nade, and then he hears the vent drop, and he's like, well, if they're on B, what can we really do about it? They have the money, so might as well give it a go, but you can't go down the vent. You're just going to be killing. Yeah, this is a safe regardless of having money, and the Ope will go down to Shun. Now, he's thrown that one away. Again, it doesn't make a difference because the CTs have an abundance. But this one does, because they can't get another AK. That's picking up the pace. Fantastic flashes. I'm not sure who was responsible for these from the side of the Rottweilers, but Ships gets the opening, and then Rifler just runs out, and everyone's fully blinded for such a long period of time. Again, the pace is what lands them another round.
Yeah, but this has become very real though, Ted, right? Because Diamond, sure, they have cash. They don't have the delicacy of rounds. One mistake and they're out, and they have to find 2 consecutive. Putting 2 and 2 together hasn't been their forte. No reason to overcomplicate. No reason to be the ones to take the fight to their opponents. Info game for Rottweilers as the smokes dissipate and no cross to secret has already taken place. It's Joyo. And Journey. Okay, well, that just collapsed very quickly. Every Diamond player goes on their own individual little fight, little journey. And look, they don't take a hint of damage in the process. Talk about anticlimactic.
Yeah. Exactly what that round was. It just felt like Rottweilers are a little bit clueless with all the aggression that was going on, right? Already they get hit hard. Libra's just broken that 30 mark that we were talking about. 31 and 17. this individual performance does deserve an overtime here. When you look at the side of the Rottweilers, it's a team effort to say the least. Bottom frag 14, Shun, top frag Ratu at 18. Everyone's stepping it up right now. But they do need one more round. And what's the call here? That's the big question. Outside smokes in play. Smoking towards single door. Molly Mini. Ramp pop against Distro, who's playing from far back in towards hell. They're walking through the smoke.
Oh, that's true. Unable to convert first. Rifler is doing a lot of work for the team right now. Leading the charge. And the rest of the Rottweilers follow ships. Unable to keep the rotations from moving. Trying to make some damage happen before this retake takes place.
It's still a little bit late. Jixi is going to take a while to get there. Journey is low on HP. This is not an easy retake to pull off.
Far from easy. Not impossible. Journey clearing up. Up until control room. Spotting out Rifler's angle, but Redstone now can be relevant. You've got to do your due diligence and check this. Journey does not. Red Star repositions. All that remains is Journey, and he too will fall. Rottweilers, not as a simple affair as it was on the rematch earlier, but 13-11 will be the score as they secure Diamants' map pick.
Yeah, that was anything but clean on Nuke, but I feel like all in all, especially with the clutches, with all these heroic plays, with the 1v3 clutch that we saw out of Rifler and towards the B-bomb side, with the triple kill that we saw out of Red Star towards the end, some of the explosive rounds, they did have enough spanners to throw into the works of Diamond, even though I think it was quite obvious that Diamond had maybe a little bit more depth, but we have to address the fact that Libra did go above and beyond, and it still wasn't enough, right? So I think all in all, Rottweilers probably looked like the better team. Libra was the one to keep his team in the game up until very, very late, but in reality, it was a little bit of a scrappy game. Probably could be described best as driven by the individuals on both sides.
Yeah, I guess we can see that reflected in the stats as well. Look at Libra go, 32 kills in just regulation time. And yeah, I mean, the next best was Rafter and Red Star on 18. That's like nearly double of what anyone else did individually. But it wasn't enough at the end of the day. I think that's the important part, like you mentioned, Ted. It's the fact that there was persistence from the, I was about to say 500 squad, but from the Rottweilers squad. And, you know, able to cross the line more often than not. Even though it got dicey on so many situations, it didn't feel like they were in control.
No, it didn't really feel like they were in control. It felt like every single time the Rottweilers wanted to switch things up and hit them with something a little bit quicker. It was a bit of a gamble on whether a Libra would get a multi-kill and they would be able to stop them, or things would work out. But creativity was there, opening kills, working very well for ships. Jixi and Libra also doing a very good job, but all in all, I feel like that was just a map of very small margins. And the main takeaway here for Diamond, a little bit disappointing because this was their map pick. They switched it up. It's a different map than last time. Not the same result, much closer, especially because of Libra's great performance. But in the end of the day, it is still a map that you lose.
Absolutely, and that's got to hurt, especially considering that now they'll be moving into the Bulgarians team's home ground. Mirage coming up next, folks. And look, Rottweilers are looking to enter that next stage. But Diamond up against Elimination. We'll be finding out how that one goes right after this. one map down already between Rottweilers and Diamond. 2 potentially to go unless Rottweilers are able to square things up away on Mirage. Guys, welcome back to LORGAR Rankings. How do you feel about this one, Ted? I feel like if we look at the previous time these two teams met in this tournament as well, it was a completely different story. Sure, we had different players subbing in. This time it's Rottweilers that have someone stepping in. Diamond last time had to bring in their coach due to some tech issues of one of their players. This time, things are looking quite close.
They are looking quite close, but I feel like all in all, that was mainly because of Nuke being the first map, right? We could clearly tell that things were not really in place for the Rottweilers as they probably should have been, right? Harn is not there to op, and it's not even Shin, the stand-in that is coming in to play with the op. A lot of the times it was Ships, who's not really a full-time oper, right? So I'd say I'm actually quite surprised that the Rottweilers were able to come away with a win on Nuke. I think Diamond definitely looked like the more comfortable side. There was a massive performance out of Libra, but this 1 versus 4 clutch out of Rifler, which we're going to keep talking about, that was, in my eyes at least, the big difference maker. Going into Mirage, I feel like we're leveling up the playing field a lot more, and we are going to a map that will be a lot more comfortable for the Bulgarians, especially with some of the individuals popping off. I really don't see how Diamond will be able to contest with the individual level going into a map like this. I feel like Nuke was a win condition for them in the series. Would they have a chance to win Ancient had they won Nuke? I definitely feel like they would have. Mirage should be the punish pick for the Rottweilers, though.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the level of competition that both of these teams have been playing on maps like Mirage for this past while, and it, you know, it's a massive difference. You know, this year and this year alone, Diamond on an official setting have only played this map once against AIM Club, which they didn't really find too much success in. And when you turn and look at Rottweilers, well, they had to play against teams like X-Zero Tenacity, Forza Reload, which they were able to beat both. Sure, they did lose to KOLESIE, which was the reason why they dropped to the lower bracket in LORGAR rankings themselves. But again, a very close affair, whatever way you put it. And I feel like, you know, situations like that remind you of mistakes. They kind of give you a slap in the face, and it's not things that often get repeated. There was real confidence putting Mirage on the V2 today, as that wasn't the case last time around. And I feel that Rottweilers are here to redeem themselves on a map like this.
Yeah, I think that's the one map as well where we are seeing Ships get back to his old level from, let's say, 2018, 19, 2020, 2021, 22, when he was still on teams like Skate, before that on Wendigo, 500 after the fact. He's currently, since the start of this year, rated at a 141 on Mirage. Right, 142 on the T side, 140 on the CT side, and then you're seeing, I guess, both Red Star and Raf2 as well feeling very comfortable. This is a map that just provides a lot of comfort and a lot of security to those guys that are a lot more experienced, that have been playing professional Counter-Strike for a very, very long time, and just have a very definitive style to them. Obviously, we don't really know what to expect out of guys like Rifler, who had that big moment, but other than that has not really been able to step it up as much. And for the side of Diamond, as you said, very limited experience when it comes down to Mirage. Just 1 game against AIM Club. That was the loss. That was on LAN as well. I think they need Libra desperately, but they need someone else as well. Because map number 1, Libra was fantastic. But especially on a map like Mirage, I think you might need more than 1 individual to pop off. And I'm really doubting that we're going to see the same level of performance that we did see out of him again, because it was purely that remarkable.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, especially in a map where you expect multiple of the Rottweiler players to feel right at home. You did mention the name Ships, but I'd argue, you know, Red Star, Han, you know, all of them have had, you know, situations in this roster that have had much success. So overall,
it doesn't help that Harn is not here, right? But
yeah, absolutely.
At least for the rest, it counts.
That's why I'm saying historically, you know, this is a pretty damn strong Bulgarian map, you know. So that's what adds to complexity here for Diamond, at least in what we expect their chances of success. But Ted, if we could pull on strings here and look at Diamond, would it be again relying on the individuals, or is there something else we can look at to be their potential saving grace for this map?
I mean, it's going back to the same old topic that we discussed in the previous game, but against a team like Rottweilers, the same way that I guess it was against ESC, against these types of teams, especially with the Rottweilers not being a proper team and just being more of a mix, you need to shoot back. And when we're talking about maps like Ancient, Mirage, Dust 2 potentially, unless you can keep the individuals at bay, you're probably going to lose. Difference is not going to be as deep when it comes down to the playbook. These maps are a lot more basic. You're playing against a bunch of experienced players that have a basic understanding on how to approach different situations, right? So unless you're able to actually punish them and find some of the headshots, I don't really feel like there is a lot that team play could do for you when we're talking about a map like this, when, for example, Red Star and Ships can just run out middle and fight you when they're on the CT side, or when they can just gather up and play A pop, B pop, mid control on the T side. They can just play very simplified Counter-Strike with a lot of individual skill involved. And I think unless the Slovenians are able to go toe-to-toe and actually counter some of these solo plays and show good fundamentals and show good reactions and have good starts as well to the halves, pistol rounds, conversions, all of that, it will be a very difficult map to play.
100%. As I am kind of zooming my eyes in onto the server, I think we now have all 10 joining in, so we should be jumping into the match very, very soon, folks. So thank you for your patience on this. But yeah, it's been an interesting day.
That game looks... look at the colors. It's so sharp. Is that from the camera quality, or is this... It might be camera quality or both.
I think it's camera quality, because you're asking the ISO to be very, very high to be able to catch whatever is on his face. But then you've got very bright screen.
Mm-hmm.
I imagine this is just the effect of the camera.
Sure.
I imagine. See, same thing here. Dark room effect, man. That's why it's so bad for your eyes.
Yeah, but the colors are a little bit different. This one is simply bright. The other one was very sharp.
Saturated, maybe, as well.
Yeah.
Look at us, color experts. But yeah, we can see the timer now pop up on the screen. Everybody readying up and getting...
I've got a question for you.
Their pistols out, but please.
We're seeing a Talon case hardened. Which is your go-to knife?
Go-to knife, man. Oh,
yeah. The number... If you could just play with one knife until the end of your life, what would it be?
Oh, Blue Gem Karambit?
That is a good answer.
I mean...
That is a very good answer. Yeah.
Otherwise, I think it'd be a butterfly knife, because I also enjoy the animation. I don't know which one though. Still have to think about that. One of the gem, maybe the red one. I forgot the name of it. Ruby? Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's valid. I'd probably go for like an emerald butterfly or a karambit.
Fair.
Yeah. Or sapphire. These are the two. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a good old sell your kidney type of vibe.
Yeah, it would be.
But they are cool pixels.
Yeah, and then you can sell them and leave your... That will be your inheritance money. We got beta chat. I thought we were going to be jumping into the game, but looks like we need a second longer.
Music's up.
No? Is it? Oh, yeah, baby! Let's get in. Second map of the series between Diamant and Rottweilers. And if you're just joining, this is for all the marbles. You basically win this, you carry on in your quest to even making it to Barcelona on LAN. But if you lose this, you're out.
Yeah. T-side pistol start for the Rottweilers. Well, T-side start in general. You've got Shun on a smoke molly combo rifler walking in towards middle. Connector split coming out through the smoke and through the molly. Jungle taking control of. Journey is taking the attention away. They still don't know about the player in towards the back of triple. That could be a surprise.
It could be. Hello. Jakesy doing so much here, ending up with a double Rottweilers. Didn't know where that came from, but at least they were able to square the bomb away. Oh, Jixie, what is that? And now he can just hold the fort, allowing his teammates to proceed with the defusal. How about that for a rude awakening? And a full ace for Jakesy. That is insane.
All right. That's one way to start it off, I guess. He just got 0-5. He was just tapping away. I was going to say, he actually missed a little bit on the second player. He couldn't deny the bomb from going down. Needed a little bit of time, but some of these final shots were so damn clean out of Jixi. And he's just going to get himself on an op straight away. This is a big confidence builder. That's exactly what you need. Careful for the forest buy, though. It's still coming up. Hero AK in the hands of Ships.
Libra's like, oh, phew. Finally, I don't need to be the only one fragging. Mandarin's denied. But Rottweilers will try and walk in. Not knocking the door though, they want to come in and barge straight through. Able to find the one, but Ships needs a little bit more than that. AK only one with a rifle. Oh, clean headshot. Jixi has his number. Red Star picking up where his teammate left off. It's possible, but the long distance from Journey makes this one super duper hard.
He's got an op.
Found, and now he's the one with the big green. He's just made it into market. He's considering holding down the 4 Red Star. What a clutch! A 1v3 made possible by his pure brilliance.
It's pure fireworks at the start of this Mirage. From the ace in the pistol from Jixi into a 1 versus 3 Red Star clutch on low HP. Look at the replay again. Junie able to get a double. Jixi charming in with another one on the Ope. Ships doing his part with the double kill on the AK. But then going down, and it's Red Star to pick up the Ope. Find that angle and shut him down. And Ships again is the Oper. All right.
Self-assisted flash for Libra.
Ooh.
Rifler realizes he is up the creek with no paddle. And Raftu, likewise, looks to move away. Wait, Red Star died. What's going on, Ted? Is it opposites day?
Might be. It is tricky. The bomb is under window. Journey's been mollied out. Raftu's just now regaining some of that space that they lost in towards Stevie, and Ships are just going to be left here. He needs to be careful about short. Players can just peek him, and they will get boosted up. Shun might not be ready for this. That's a bit tricky. They've gotten the bomb at least 55 seconds. Where do you want to go with this? That's the question. You know you don't have eyes on the bomb anymore if you're on the CT side. Looking like a B round more and more. And this would be the right call. Especially with the lack of presence in towards A at the start. They know there could be a push in towards the ramp or the palace. Too many angles to clear. B makes a lot more sense. Libra is the only one there. But look at the rotations and the push in towards under as well on timing.
So many stones left unturned, but Junie's information gathered is everything for the Slovenian squad. Journey now has found himself the back line, and Ships needs to be permanently locked into this position. Does end up connecting, but story's been written.
Ooh.
Junie comes in for a late surprise, and Diamant are able to pick off where they left.
Yeah, that was a little bit weird. It really was, because the timing was not perfect out of Diamond. They wanted to double push B-apps as the under player was getting into a fight, but the flash came in too early. Rifler and Rafter were just blocking each other. I don't think they were able to come to an understanding or come to an agreement on how they wanted to approach the situation. Felt like Rifler was trying to run away, Rafter was trying to smoke them off and hold on to the map control. They were on two different minds. So now Rottweilers. One smoke, one molly, one flash. Supposedly smoke jungle, molly stairs, flash out, hope for the best. Just pray.
What an interesting game so far. I thought maybe we'd see a sense of normality being brought to the equation, but no. There's still an asterisk in play. Rottweilers not being too quiet about this. They've sent in a couple of flashes. Trying to get us caught with a drive-by. Rifle on the Tech 9 has secured the site. Red Star also higher ground. What is going on? Not one round where we thought it'd go the way it was supposed to go, intended to go, is ending up the way it should go.
You have to save, boys. The Oper was trying to do it. It was one of those moments where Junie's just walking in jungle. He's just forcing him back into a fight. They don't need these fights. They're not winning the round, even if they get the kills. It doesn't really make that big of a difference. You're just risking losing your own rifles, and that wouldn't be pretty if it does happen. All right.
This is actually crazy.
Oper does stay alive, which is good for the CT side. They do get a bunch of kills, so the Rottweilers' money is not going to be fantastic, but yeah, a straight up A execute. You close in the distance. This is what we were talking about before the start, right? We can expect a lot of very simple rounds coming out of the Rottweilers, but simple, executed in a good way could be very efficient.
So, what next? Very inside leaning for Rottweilers.
Good jiggle.
Yeah, they know JC is here with the big green. They do really want to put the pressure into apartments. It's kept 3 players busy here, but it's also provided Red Star with an opportunity to get the pickup in Nest. In and out, successful with the frag, and now reposturing for short these individual trades working for the Bulgarians. And now, second time, maybe the charm for the apartments crunch. JC trying to create space for himself and his teammate with the smoke, but unable to keep his opponents back. Libra, next point of contact. The only line of defense holding hands with Journey. But Rottweilers moving in on all sorts of angles. Journey for 2. But Red Star's done it. Can even get a bomb plant by the end. Rottweilers are in the lead.
Yeah, there's going to be a couple of smiles on their faces after this one. This was a very chaotic round. It felt like at a certain point, everyone was in towards that B-bomb site, right? All the CTs, all the Ts, Libra doing God's work to stay alive for such a long time and buy time for the rotations. But yeah, Rottweilers not really overcomplicating stuff. They're playing with a lot of bravery, I guess you could say. Rifler spots the open towards B straight away. And they still do not care. They get the kill in towards jungle. Ships pushes behind them all and gets another one. They put pressure on the Ope. These double under clears as well. Jixi should be a dead man walking. Surely they don't ignore him. Hello.
There goes the kneecap. Chip on the shoulder for Raftu.
Yeah, finally getting his first kill.
Round 6. Yeah, you're right. It's about time.
It wasn't that concerning just yet.
If you're Rottweilers, though, you don't want it to become concerning, right?
Yeah.
This is a 3-2 scenario. This is a time you're playing up against Pistols. You should be winning this one, not letting it go astray, like so many rounds before. They've left bomb behind, but that's not an issue. It's closing out, picking out the weaknesses. But ending up on B could become troublesome, especially if you're not able to find the picks, but they end up securing 2. Do they check Ninja? That they do. And without a single casualty, Rottweilers cross the line.
All right, this is where it gets interesting. 4 rounds now on the T side. Another buy for Diamond. You can still see the world in which they can flop rounds like these. As you said, it doesn't become a concern that you don't have the bomb because you do get the kills, but they are still brute forcing their way through stacked bomb sites. They're just playing with a lot of confidence right now. They're trying not to overcomplicate stuff and play with the idea that they are better than their opponents. As we said, simplicity and devil's in the details. Utility in towards middle, a little bit of presence, another A-pop coming up.
Journey. Just good for the 1. But Rottweilers take it. Rifle knows there's something up here. It's for good reason. Great flash, but Journey gets there quicker? How? Ships. Only good for the one, but the fact that Jakes is able to reply does make this doable and recoverable by Diamant, but Destro keeping the pressure on, not being able to put the bomb down is such a big issue for Rottweilers. So Red Star calling it off completely, wanting to see if he can maybe try in from a different angle.
The issue is that Jixie's not moved. He's still on short with the open. If Red Star hightails it in towards the B bomb side, Jixie's going to be there to hear him. When does he hear the steps?
What if he just starts pressing the shift key, which is exactly what he does in this moment?
He's going under?
He's got the time for it, but that's where he could potentially be engaged on from two different fronts. Not fun. At the same time, not being checked. Show Pione Jixie's screen. Oh! Walking right into Destro's hands. Yeah, okay. Valiant effort, but not having the info on the second player is a tough one, and you knew you had to get to a bomb site quickly for that plant. Diamond not letting go, keeping close score.
It's just what saves him there is that the Oper turns around and looks towards B, right? If the Oper is working or looking in towards the A bomb site, Restar gets the kill and just sprints up A, and he was going to be wary of jungle. It's just the position of the Oper, I guess, that doesn't make him feel like the other player will be in jungle like this, because they're not really, they are playing it together, but not playing it together. Important round out of Diamond. They still lose 4 players, though. Still in potential danger of a reset.
Early mid presence for the Rottweilers.
That's very smart. They know money on the CT side is low, and they don't have enough for an OP, right? Because the OP wasn't saved last round. That's why we don't see an insta-smoke instantly. They know Shun's got an advantage, right? They want to let him peek and look for kills here. There's no OP to punish.
Rifler. Better off pushing through a molly. HE to the face, though, will cause damage, but most importantly, Shun is the one with first blood. Catwalk opened up, but yet to be exploited. Holding the position a little longer. Libra finds that curious and sticks to his ground, but Rottweilers continue to win their 1v1s.
There's
yet
another
again
one.
For Shun.
Yeah, the Oprah's just picking them apart. Junie's all alone. He needs a big play.
MP7, though, how big can it be? Hoping they line up quickly and closely. Red Star falls. So Apartments needs to be watched. If Junie sticks to his guns, someone's going to have to go onto Van. So there goes a pick. A 2v3 seems well within reason. Panic stations for Rottweilers. In their heads, they're saying, we cannot drop this. But assistance arriving from ships as well from Catwalk. They've got plenty of angles to take this one on. First spray shots. It's in warning shots, really, for the Diamond squad. Molly, but it's walked right past. Journey continues. It's a one-on-one. How is it left this close? Rifer taking the fight head on, but it shouldn't have become so damn close.
I mean, it's actually a little bit misleading onto who loses more from this encounter, right? Because obviously the round shouldn't have been as close, but the CTs have no cash. If they had gone for the save in the 2v4, the thing is the car player couldn't really escape, right? He was kind of forced to fight, so the second guy just came along. But they don't stay alive. They lose everything. The T's get around. There was not enough time for the defuse either way, so that was a guaranteed round for the Rottweilers, and this one probably should be one as well. This is where you need to stabilize the economy, though, if you're on the T side. Clean.
Yeah, there's something about Chips' entries. He's been doing it for the entire series.
He's a very particular player. He's that type of a guy that you can just recognize from the way that he moves and the I guess plays that he makes. with his entries, he's very good at catching timings, right? And he's very reckless of the fights that he's going for. He has a very unique understanding on how the game works. So if it works, it is awful to be playing against. If it doesn't work, it looks very silly, and it looks like he's given his life away, right? He's the type of a player that's going to either win you a round or lose you a round just by the way that he's going for an opening fight.
I can hear the commotion up in short, but there's nothing really he can do to act upon it. The rest of the team is posturing for that A site hit, and it's not like Diamond have got too much attention on it. On the contrary, mid seems to be the focus. 2 connector, 1 short. Mollies and smokes now blocking the entirety of the CT side out. Red Star.
Oh,
they don't anticipate Raft to. A second player in under is not something you'd expect. And he'll get away with his life. So now will be a thorn to the backs of Diamond all round long.
Yeah, Junie's still chasing him towards top middle though. Is Raft ready for this? Oh, he's seen him.
Jiggle! Self-assisted flash and finding the headshot first. Talk about not cutting corners.
That's actually massive. And they're slowing down right now. They're just letting the CTs think about it. They should know it's an A round. Thing is, no one's made a move. There's 40 seconds on the clock. Where did Diamond go? Pushing top middle. Not daring to step and set foot onto the bomb site itself. Not daring to make a move. Eventually, the T's will have to do so, though. And the Ope is still in jungle.
You're starving from info.
Oh, he turned around.
So eventually you have to leap forward to take a breath, and that's exactly what happens to Journey. Rifler to catch him. Now bomb goes down and you've got the safety of ships to keep you afloat. This is ridiculous. Rottweilers have changed his pace up entirely. The AWP 1v1 has to go to Shun. The T's have amped up the pressure. I don't think Diamond have got what it takes to keep up.
Also, one thing that we didn't address towards the start of the map, but we were onto something. We did find the right picture for Rifler. This is him now.
He is him.
He is him. Yeah, that's why it's a different person. So this is the real Rifler, guys. We found him.
I was seeing the web count. I was like, pretty sure Rifler is blonde. And we were seeing
It's the type of hair. No, he's not blonde. It's the type of hair that I guess it really matters what the lighting is. It could look a little bit blonde-ish at times, but it really is brownish, you know? Maybe it might look blonde in the summer. You get what I'm going with this?
Yeah, I get you, man. I get you. Bit of a back and forth, though, this time around. Junie able to make Ladder Room his own domain. But I'm heading towards the A site, and Red Star falls to do something about it. Libra won't survive with that 1 HP. But Shun being noisy about this and not knowing exactly where Jakesy is called Cruz issues. And M4 in close proximity, Rifler. To win this, you've got to isolate. Junie approaching from CT. One found, the turnaround, and he's got the info.
Not another one.
You've got to be patient. Crouch down, Junie to pre-fire, and job's done. But boy, I'm sure there's sweat on his brow after that.
Whew. That was very, very close. Not a full-on investment out of the CT side. Is also a big round to pick up. We're going to check it out on the replay. 1 deke out of Jixie to open it up. Refrags were coming up, but the pistols, the MP9s, in all sorts of angles, actually re-peeking a lot. Playing with a lot of assertiveness for a round like this. And Rottweilers caught off guard. Might be getting a 7-5 half after. Oh, check this out from Jixie.
Must be if you're Diamond. Get into your opponent's faces. Disable the setup.
Oh.
But the double R's have taken over. Red Star and Rifler. Both finding their individual picks. Bomb down, and now the picture of the round changes entirely. Come on. Well, at least Junie replies in a similar fashion. Can Diamond catch a break here? Both Rottweiler players just above half HP. Bomb ticking frantically. And it's only going to get worse. Wrestler has stayed quiet, diligent, and able to shut down the final two. 8-4 on the score sheet, as Rottweilers have double the amount of scores than their opponents moving into second half.
Looking very composed now. Looking very close to that 2-0, the Rottweilers. A couple of half buys, a couple unfortunate rounds that they let slip. But now this is looking much more like it. And it might all go down crashing, crumbling for the side of Diamond. A very good performance on map 1. And guys like Jixie, like Junie, they've stepped up on Mirage, but Libra's cooled off a little bit. Or at least was a lot cooler on that CT side. I guess it's an understatement to say that this pistol round is an absolute necessity if they want to stay in the game.
That makes the job a little bit more difficult. And they are walking into the most inhabited site of them all. This is a fortress in Rottweiler standards. Kennels everywhere. And the dogs are off the leash. Into the hands of Red Star, and they're double guessing themselves, but now they've been shut in. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Maybe you make a jump and leap for mid, but that's leaving the bomb behind, so you basically crossed yourself off in the round. So back into Red Star's arms you go. Pistol for Rottweilers. And if Diamond aren't careful, that could be the beginning of the end.
I feel like it is. You don't even get a bomb plan. You need to eco this one. You need to get them up to 10 rounds. Red Star has been absolutely fantastic since the start of this map as well. That's another multi-kill out of him. You're looking at an 18-6 performance. This is what we were worried about. Chips as well is thriving. Rottweiler is looking very, very good right now. Red Star on 6 multi-kill rounds. So basically, almost a multi-kill every 2 rounds. All right, we actually got a confirmation in chat about something that you were speaking about. Rifler is blonde.
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay.
But I still get.
I didn't know Slim Shady could play Counter-Strike.
Well, Rottweilers aren't really giving Diamond a chance on this one. Sure, a couple of casualties, but all that matters at this point is continuing to get these rounds across the line. The double digit secured. Ted, would it be correct saying if Diamond lose this, they've lost the game?
Probably, yeah. I think at this point it's very difficult to imagine a world in which they bring it back. But this would be a good start. This is the round. You can still do something about it. Money's still not fortified that well for the CTs. You can still reset them, shrink the gap. You do need a good start though, and as of right now, it's a bit of a default. Top mid, window smoke. Molly behind boxes from the CT side with a boost on the shadow for Shun, who will get dropped. Rifler is trying to respond, but now he's finding himself in a bit of a tough spot that he might not be able to get out of. Smokes himself off, has a little bit of support. They're more than happy to let him go. They do get that man advantage though.
So, first step in the right direction. Now you need to perform the layup. Hey, getting closer to the basket. Pick by pick. They find their way back. But Rottweilers, I wonder if they try and do something aggressive here, or just try and pair all their 3 players together to at least see the end of the round with 3 rifles strong.
It does look like a B stack and a safe. I don't dislike it. They even had the smoke in towards the apartments to bait that Rifler is not in a deep position. But as we already said, Rottweilers not really having a lot of money. Ships is on 1850, Riflers on 650, Red Stars on 3.2, sorry. 3.2 point. That's what he said. But they could drop guns if they are to hold on. So it's not too bad of an ordeal. The good old, let's hold on and see what happens. Now, Diamond are going to be more than happy with holding on to all 5 of these. It feels like it's been a while since they've won a round in such a simple fashion, especially on Mirage. It's been a lot more labored in comparison to Nuke. Libera does go down to the bomb, which is unfortunate. He will have to rebuy or get a drop over, but bottom line is they win a round. Money's good. Did he have he had a tapped with 5 different crosshairs. That is interesting. 5 different crosshairs for him to change. Most people have a Steam tap open with some rounds, with some strats and stuff. He had 5 crosshair codes.
I wonder what that's for. I mean, surely it's not a strat to switch crosshairs mid-game.
Oh, he's surely doing it. I can definitely believe he does. Yeah, a lot of players do. You'd be surprised.
Do they find themselves feel a little bit more fresh every time they do it?
Yeah. It's mainly a placebo. Sometimes it works.
This is not working. Let's switch crossfire.
Yeah. Someone from the enemy team destroys you, and you're like, okay, I'm gonna copy their crosshair. It's a classic.
Ooh. A lot of fighting going down in mid, but Rottweilers up until this point felt like they were taking the better end of it, but they just kept on pushing and pushing, and Diamond had the fire squad everywhere.
That was a 5-man mid fight out of Rottweilers, by the way. Everyone was swinging middle to fight for the bomb, and actually it could have worked out, especially if Raft was able to get that final one. Would have been a 1v1 with a drop bomb and another T in towards the A bomb side. But now this has become a very much more interesting map than what it was just a couple of minutes ago. The CTs don't have money. They've got a bunch of Deagles, some armors. A lightly armored deco is what we call this one. What does Shun's Deagle have in mind? Could it offer?
Much, man. I don't think Deagles have brains.
There's one.
But they have a lot of firepower, though. They've
There's
got a punch to it. Whoa. And reinforcements have arrived. Thing is, Junie is broken through the middle of the site and disrupted the flow of Shun. Flash to allow Junie to get through. And does check Red Star, albeit late, and therefore the Zeus gets a lot done. Destro looks above. 1 bullet was needed. And yeah, 1 bullet gets the job done. How about that? We were talking about a few rounds ago, a few must-win situations for Diamant. Now they've chained a few together. Rottweilers, you can't help but wonder, you know, maybe starting to worry a bit because Diamant are catching up.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a little bit funny. We did get a Zeus kill. I feel like that was the only thing that we've been missing all day long. But yeah, it is a little bit worrying. You can see, I think that's a tactical timeout out of the Rottweilers. Could be. Actually, it looks like a tech.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Hopefully everything's all right. Oh, I like that combo. You've got the King Snake and the M9 lore. Hey, let go of your phone. What are you doing, young man?
It did look like a PowerPoint, though, to be fair.
It did look like a what?
A PowerPoint. As in, like, 1 frame per second.
Right, yeah.
Camera. No.
Yeah, maybe his camera is that slow that we're actually seeing what he was looking at before the map started.
You reckon? Could be.
No, I don't. Looking at your phone mid-game is very ill-advised. You know, there's people that actually watch short-form videos while they're brushing their teeth and you know.
I mean, there are probably people that watch short-form videos every part of their day.
Yeah, don't do that, guys. Watch Counter-Strike every part of your day. Or if you're watching short-form videos, watch short-form Counter-Strike videws. Did you know that we were uploading all of the highlights from the LORGAR rankings and all the other Star Ladder events across the year? We're uploading all of these on Instagram and Twitter. Of course, that is over at starladder.com on Twitter and starladder.cs as well. And you've got this one. Obviously, there's a bunch of events being run by StarLadder, so you can check them out. A lot of tier 2 action going through 2026. Actually excited about it.
Moral of the story is, don't watch reels all day unless they're StarLadder reels.
Or some other Counter-Strike reels, you know. We can not discriminate. As long as the CS is fine.
As long as you're learning your lineups, folks, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at the scores a little bit. Red Stars had a tremendous game so far.
Sure.
21-8. Libra, I think he set the bar way too high in the previous one. It's not like he's doing bad, but it's far from what the first map was.
I mean, he is the lurker as well, right? That's why it was so impressive that he was able to post that scoreline on map number 1. By the way, we did get a confirmation in chat about what we were talking about, changing settings mid-game, you know? We got a message. Now, do we believe that FACEIT or whatever is credible, is a credible source of information? I believe this person who says that Destro used to switch resolution mid-game. Now, on a pro level, this is very ill-advised, but people do it, Pavlos. This is, I don't know about Destro and whether he did it, but I would believe it because a lot of players actually have done that a lot of times.
Yeah, I've heard about that too.
Yeah, changing res, changing sense. I feel like years ago it was a lot more popular.
Didn't like Simple do this as well in like a major final or something like that?
No, Simple. I don't think. Maybe resolution. Like Simple's never changed sense. I think he's been playing on 3.09 on 400 DPI for a very long time. MBK is one that in very important games is a very famous one because he's admitted it himself.
Yeah,
has changed resolutions, crosshair sensitivity.
Crazy what someone will do for a placebo effect.
It works sometimes.
It works at times, it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't not work. Anyway, back into the action. Rottweilers are facing a potential reset. And that's where Diamant could potentially come back here. But this looking quite aggressive from Jakesy. Slowly but surely closing in. But it's not like Rottweilers are giving them too much. Focus down mid as well. But nothing in A. And that's why Rottweilers have left it open as well.
Rifler needs to be very careful because his teammates made their intentions clear that they wanted to fight middle, right? So there might have been an attempt to respond in towards B. As of right now, nothing of the likes. Bomb has been recovered from top middle. Where is that going? Looks like a B split still. Mid regress coming again. Junie. Gotta be careful. Same for Cherne, who's going to be taken down. There's the double. And now eyes on the B bomb side.
Yeah, you've got to make the B hit work here. You've got nothing else available to you. These entries have got to be clean, but they're not quite as planned or as the doctor ordered. One by one, the Diamond players are being ripped to shreds. Now, as Rottweilers are able to get the jaws locked upon them.
That was a very patient round out of the Rottweilers, right? They waited a very long time to re-clear middle. They wanted to go for it a little bit earlier, but then they get re-smoke towards window, re-molly towards short, and they just decide to press the pause button. Didn't want to force the issue too much. They trusted Rifler to hold on to the B bomb side. They wait out the smokes, they re-aggress later on, get both kills, and Rifler does an excellent job at staying alive and claiming his 1 kill in towards B. Ooh. Ships on the ope.
Well, I wonder where Diamant are looking to go here, Ted.
A mystery, isn't it? Issue with this is that the Oper didn't see anyone. This molly is very well timed out of Shun. That's going to give them time to re-clear middle any moment now, and the Oper's already here, so this execute needs to be perfect. They do have a bunch of smoke, so they can smoke upstairs in jungle, but there will be a lot of Rottweilers around that bomb site.
Even bigger nade. And this is where Shin could potentially start cleaning up. And boy, has he put Diamant Esports in a really tough shape. Finally, Juni able to put Shin to rest, but still a lot more to be done. Jakesy takes part of it, but with Rottweilers having all the information available to them, they do rotate forwards. But too much from everywhere for Juni to deal with, and Rottweilers knocking on victory's door.
Yeah, this is looking much more like it. Much more like the game from a couple of days ago. It's a bit of a shame considering how close Nuke was. But now you're seeing the results of letting that first map slip. What a hold that was from Shun. Softening him up with the nades. M4 finishes off the job. Just the pistols on the other side. This should be curtains. This should be where it all ends. And now Red Star is open. We've seen 3 different players of Rottweilers open this game.
Doesn't come down to the AWP though, at least not the opener.
Wow. They really spammed them through the kitchen. That's a little bit sad. Sad that this is how it probably ends. One final A play, boys. You've got the util. You smoke off jungle. You smoke off the stairs. You can molly, triple, under palace, default, whatever you want, bench. Free smoke window as well to keep them occupied, I guess. It's not really going to work because Chips is already pushing into her spawn. Hello.
Goodbye. Okay, here goes nothing. Diamond, final effort. Johnny has been able to cross into jungle, but I'm unsure if it will pay any dividends given that there's so many players around. Raftu with the high ground puts an end to everything. Smites from above. 13-7 is the score in the second map, and it sees Rottweilers moving on to the next phase, saying goodbye to their opposition.
Yeah, they replicate the success from a couple of days ago, and it did feel like there was too big of a difference individually between the two teams. Diamond were never able to, I guess, replicate what we did see out of them in the first map against Rottweilers on Nuke. I think that was just the main story here, right? Mirage was never supposed to go their way. They did try to put up a fight, but at the end of the day, you're going to be looking at that Nuke and probably regretting the fact that you couldn't at least take us to a third map.
Yeah, it's got to hurt just a little bit more, but we did see some outstanding performances from some of the individuals, especially looking at Red Star there, having a superb score. But it wasn't just about the score, it was about the impact and the moments those kills came through. I mean, you've got to look at, you know, the clutch that he had early doors in the game, left in a 1v3 scenario after his teammate did end up getting 2 himself, so it was essentially a 2v5. Really, really impressive stuff coming out from the Rottweilers by the end. Because let's be fair, in the first one, it started to look a little bit shaky. It looked like Diamant were able to compete with them face-to-face, head-to-head. But this was a different endeavor. I feel like the pedigree of the players was definitely shown here. And we've been indicated once more the capabilities of a team like this.
Yeah. Even with the standing situation, even without Harn, this is still a team that has a lot of firepower. We did see Rifler shine for the first time since he joined this group of players as well today, getting a couple good moments. Obviously, Ships and Red Star and Rafter, the ones that you're expecting a lot out of, and Red Star definitely the man of the map. Looking at 2.44 KD, 111 ADR. Not a lot of opening kills, but a lot of multi-kills in the ending stages of the rounds. A couple of clutches. He was just everywhere around the map, even oped towards the last couple of rounds. Indeed.
And this is where the dust settles for this group. As you can see, a 2-0 was required for Rottweilers to get this one done. Ancient, unnecessary, and in the rematch against Diamant, like they did a few days ago, are able to take down the Slovenian squad. Like we said, this was Group A, folks. Rottweilers are the second team to make it through. Look, Ted, I'm impressed with you know, the performance of these teams. I mean, we already know that, you know, limiting a tournament to one side of Europe can sometimes have an effect into the quality of teams that are performing, but there are some teams and players here that on the up and up that have got something to prove, and we're seeing it from teams like KOLESIE and Inner Circle Academy making their way out of Group A and Group B respectively. But there's more to see. There's Group C and Group D still to be shown, to be determined, Ted. I wonder if you have any teams here that you look forward to most seeing.
Ooh, I think the Basement Boys have been very exciting in some of the LAN events that they've played, obviously going through different lineups. I feel like the Unity team is always an interesting one to watch because you have guys like Mikey and Neofrag that are very well known. And then I'd say in Group D is a very cool one because you've got Astral, that new team with GXX. You've got three very interesting mixes, especially the Serbian one, the newly created Serbian one. Drama with Vladan, Deutza, Choiv, a lot of familiar names. So I think there's a couple of teams that are very much worth taking or keeping an eye on, and I will be looking forward to watching them over the next couple of days.
100%. LORGAR rankings by StarLadder really proving to be quite an awesome event so far. Really looking forward to how things progress. Let's have a bit of a recap of what's happened today, shall we? Bring out the schedule and see how things have gone in terms of what we've seen. You know, what do you think, Ted, in your eyes, has been the biggest surprise?
Ooh, I think when it comes down to a surprise, I mean, the first one was definitely a shocker, right? ESC probably should have won the game, and if you're looking at how things did go today, Mix getting that win, making it into the play-ins, this is definitely one of the teams that is very much worth keeping an eye on for the play-ins. Same for Rottweilers, two of the teams that maybe don't have as much depth, but do have a lot of firepower and could catch some of these top dogs very much off guard, especially if teams like ESC are not on their A game. Now, Rottweilers couldn't do the same against KOLESIE in Group A, which was their kind of like their respective ESC type of matchup. But I feel like this was probably the most surprising one. Mix taking down ESC, Inner Circle as well, Academy taking down ESC yesterday. I'd say Group A was a lot more of what we probably expected initially. Sure. Group B is where a lot of the surprises were lying.
Indeed, and I'm looking forward to seeing how much of what we expect goes to plan, or if there are any more surprises, because let's be fair, this is a massive tournament for these teams to compete in. A lot of VRS points on the line, some awesome cash prizes, and by the end, a potential gift of going and playing in a LAN in Barcelona is exactly what all these teams are looking to fight for. Folks, thank you so much for tuning in for yet another day of action here at LORGAR Rankings. I've had a great fun casting these games, and I'm looking forward to the next ones. Until then, hope you guys have a lovely evening, some good sleep, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.